Yes. We were getting everything set up. We were still trying to get stuff set up. I was a few minutes late. I felt pretty bad about starting late for the first stream. Um, but I wanted to get the actual notification out there while still getting the OCBC set up there, the little tag. What's up, Berlander? How it's going? How is it going? Are you happy with the ban list? Oh, there was supposed to be music playing, but the music did not play. So that's a shame. You're castrated by unwavering? No. No, come on. You can still play those symbols. You can still play Jiro. Jiro does lose a weapon charge, which is a big deal, but I don't think... I was talking to someone last night. I think the Jiro decks are actually going to get better now. Like, Unwavering was like this super duper value card, right? But that kind of centralizes things to like an innocuous value string driven format. And I think they'll have like a better offensive game plan now. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, I recognized the name talking about one of the top 16 decks. I wasn't specifically sure if you were the person that topped with Denki or because Wesley Bittner was the Jiro in Top Cuts, right? Am I wrong on that? And then I think there was Wesley Bittner, and then there was a good Jiro, and then you played the Denki. Is that right? Well, and it's future-proofing, right? You say you get it, it makes sense. Your only issue is that Sports Festival being directly built in is too challenging, and that's fair, but I think Sports Festival is the perfect example where they were like, we have this cool asset, it has the terrain keyword, which historically means both players get something out of it, so it's got like this inherent drawback to it, and it's too difficulty. You know, it's not cheap like Earphone and Babies. And they were like, this is just all right. And people were not willing to play it as a form. And, you know, they were like, here's a cool card that, you know, dunks on Faith Shield. We need that. We need that interaction. But now here's an attack lineup that's going to draw 1 million cards, ready all their foundations, and it's going to get 3 sports festivals this turn. You know, if there was ever a card for like a restricted limited list, Slash is probably it. Yeah, I'm so this is actually, I've got stuff up here. I think this is it. Oh yeah, I didn't put a character on this. This is a Toru deck I was looking at. This is my new spice. This is the card I wanted to play in Orlando. This is the card I want to play going forward. This is the card that I cannot understand why it's a 2-check. Like, I get that it's 5 damage. I get that it's got 9 stats for a 4 diff, right? Like, it's similar to Sinister Paralyzation on its stat line. But, it's still a mid 2-check. That does nothing, like, when you attack with it. Like, they could have made this an action card, in my opinion. You know, give me a +1 high block action card that enhances during an attack and then has a response in the card pool or something. But this is what I want to use going forward. I want to use Mentor Legacy Punch somehow. Because it's like, if I put damage on it, you probably don't want to take 7-8 damage, right? Like, that's the Dobby with Meteor Showers and Jab Pummels. Like, the 5 base is alright. The 4 speed, you know. But you gotta make your opponent want to deal with this. And they won't want to Faith Shield it, because they'll remove, you'll remove. They won't want to Faith Shield your second attack, but they'll probably have to, and then that'll let you get out. But yeah, and then, You mentioned specialized sound waves. Like, that's the biggest issue is I want to jam 3 or 4 copies of sound waves already. So having that many 2 checks, not great. I wanted to... I think this was supposed to be a Toru deck. Slow it down. I think it's supposed to be a Hagakure, the Invisible Girl deck. And so, yeah, it's got too many flash attacks not to be. So, like, the idea is, like, none of these really have enhances. None of, like, Mentor, Meteor, Zero Gravity Lift, they only do stuff in momentum, if you have momentum. They do things on response, right? So they're not like doing anything during their own attack. So I figured I can flash all of these attacks and feel good about it. You know, 5 high for 6 that you can't wall cling, and if I have a Mentor in front of it, you can't Faith Shield it. You know, Meteor Shower, 6 high for 5 as a 4 div. It doesn't do anything if I'm not trying to grab another Meteor Shower. Love that. And then Mentor Legacy Punch is a 6 mid for 5 that you don't really want to... Like, you can't break her. Like, this is like my opening, like, I get to put down an attack and you don't get to breaker me, right? So, like, I love all of that. I just don't know if it's enough. And I don't think I have the card draw. Like, right now, what's making the life and water decks kind of possible is that the water decks have damage reduction, so that counts as like one additional block, especially when it's Creepy Realization tanking your whole attack's damage, or, you know, far enough of it that it's not really hurting you at all. And then on top of that, they still have like Heat Wave. They still have was it Self Assured as like a emergency backup, you know, grab a couple extra cards kind of an attack. Oh, Struggling with Studies. They have Struggling with Studies to get 1 back, right? So then you like don't want to keep attacking. And then Life has Passing the Torch and characters that tutor things from discard pile, and, you know, just all the card draw on their own turn to be like an 8-9 hander and then still hold blocks. I don't think Air has that. Air gets to cantrip a mid block, which is sick, but it's on a 2 check. And then you sometimes get to hit with Destined. And I guess Going Out to Fight some villains flips her -2 if you have the right symbol. So, how big is this currently? 72 cards. It's not great. It's not that great. But yeah, so I don't know if Air can actually pull off like the cool wall gimmick that I want to. Chaos can maybe do it only off the backs of Struggling with Study. I think that's the only reason. I think it's the only reason Chaos even has a chance. And then I also kind of put together this Ida deck. I was playing a lot of 2-ofs. Kind of just like a smattering of like, what do you want to respond to? What do you want to actually put cards down for? I don't think it's super good. It's definitely not refined. I didn't even finish it yet. All the 2 diffs, like I just want to play all the 2 diffs on Void. Unexpected Hero and Spooky stocks might have gone up a bit. Like, there's a lot of answers in the format to like one really big attack, and then the answers to really long strings are just a little countered, a little easy to counter, I guess, or easy to kind of walk over. So, I don't know. I'm not exactly sure what to build in a post-Froppy world. This is the list I played in the Provisional. This is the list I was going to play into a Froppy meta. I think this is the list I was going to play into Momo with Amphibious. Yeah, 58 cards. I thought maybe sniping a weapon from the card pool might be good. Like, she blocks with a weapon, you snipe it. But someone pointed out to me that if they have a quick creation down, it probably just works the other way. It's probably just that they get to put it back in, build it anyhow. So, you know, that's the whole game, right? Point, counterpoint. Oh, someone just sent me a link to the Hero League Championship details. Prize pool. I wonder what 30-second gets. Maybe like $1,000. Anyhow. So, I really want to play the air symbol, but I really feel like I have to play passing the torch symbols. But passing the torch symbols don't have great 7-handers. Life has great 7-handers. So that's kind of where I'm at. It was good to have for 7-handers. Present Mike, Momo 2. Momo 2 doesn't have that many weapon cards. And then losing... I think losing Unwavering actually hurts a deck like Momo 2 the most. Not that she was like better than Jiro or anything, but you know, she was all about kind of like building fast, you know, ramping out, getting like a really explosive turnoff. But yeah, these are the good 7-handers, the good symbol, and these are the order symbol 7-handers. I could try to put together Order Danky again, but man, it's so tough. What does Order Danky look like now? Tanita 3 is kind of nutty, actually, with with the acceleration kick and like the uses for momentum that you can actually put down. I think he might have a deck soon. I forgot he has air. Wait, real quick, what air EX attacks? My ADD is getting to me really bad. I gotta see this. Air. Well, there's only 4. And none of them give you momentum to start. And I don't want to blow EX on any of these attacks. Alright, fair enough. Let's go back to order. So, Denki with Blood Curdle seems like it's offensive enough. A plus ultra here and there is always good. Compressed weight sideboard. Just to kind of mess with the Ochakos a little bit. Right, so let's get our charge base in here. We need 4 of this guy. 4 of this guy. 4 of this guy. So we're just going to try to draw 1,000,000 cards. We're not actually worried... Like, we're not actually that worried about the quality of our attacks. Are these all mids, by the way? Are these all 3 mids? 4 mid, alright. They're all mids. People don't want to deal with any of them, and if they start blowing defensive abilities, for the most part, these are going to give us something anyway. So I feel pretty good about all those. And that's all the charge attacks, though? Because those are the ones we have to once per game off of. Can you imagine you just go future charge, and then once per game, turn 2? Your opponent's like, what the fuck is happening? Let's see, where's some stun attacks? You don't have to play his keywords specifically, but one of the reasons I want to look at the order symbol is for Searing Glacial Storm. I think this is actually kind of cranked in Danky. This is actually kind of nuts. Just a tiny, tiny bit. Just a little bit nutty nuts. Because you reset them down to 5. but you don't get the Danky Enhance. If you got the Danky Enhance and they couldn't block the 6 for free, they actually had to, like, pay the tax, get, like, committed down to 4 after, that'd be really tight. But you're still going to need this to get through, like, the cement tosses of the world. So there's that. And then our attack lineup is just all mid, right? What if we just went pure mids? I'm going to play 1 tape toss. I think it's kind of a trap card, but, I guess burst is the kill card. And it's usually, doesn't matter the zone, it's pretty telegraphed. 15 attacks, but we draw a ton of cards. I don't feel too bad there. It's like, this is not the air symbol, because the air symbol had the sports festival to protect all your stuff, the bonus damage from it, and then I could know all my checks. Like, the air version was just so different than this version. Being able to guarantee that I'm going to pass my checks with double jab pummel, being able to look at the top card of my deck to know if I should keep going or play a foundation. Like, playing a foundation on a 3 and then a jolt on a 7, rather than playing the jolt on a 6 and checking the 3. Just little plays like that were so huge. We'll put 1 blitz rush in just to mess with it. Just to test with it, and then 1... How are we doing on 5 this? Is it just tape toss and... One Cinder Convection doesn't seem terrible, but I can't give it stun, which is depressing. Like, I could play double Blade Slash, and if that gets blocked somehow... Cinder Convection, pay a momentum just to stun too. It does take away 7 life if they don't block it. I don't think that's that good. Let's show them the shock, I guess. I don't want to actually put it in the deck at all, but I think we should do that. And then Rapid Tape Strike to make them discard a card, so they can either block and lose a card from their hand, or discard it. See, it's a commit a foundation cost that nobody wants to pay. Making this a 5 difficulty, nobody wants to pay that. Especially not in a deck where you don't put damage on things. This is like... This would be like a sick Nomu card. Well, no, Nomu everyone wants to block anyway, but I feel like you have to put stats onto this to really make it, 4 diff and commit something. Oh, man. I am yawning. Oh, we got a keyword up here. Let's look at generic order text, actually, just to see if there's something I missed. Something really good. Something I foolishly should include. Probably, like, at least 1 more kick. Oh, High Engine Kick has order. Just have any of the keywords we need, though. Setup Strike solid. It's a great play into Recipro Burst. I think we just play more Blood Curdle if we were going to play full cowling. How many kicks? 6 kicks. So we're going to steal a lot of games by actually backswinging people turn 3, I think. I think we're good on the attack lineup. Eat My Sticky Balls could actually be the sauce in Banky. Because a lot of times you're just trying to exhaust the cards in their hand. But if their card pool starts to fill up... Get rid of Tape Toss and maybe Blitz Rush. Because these are the cantrips and... Okay. Let's just run with this for now. Yeah. Do I have any playtesters in the chat? Anybody who's got TTS want to playtest some? We could try out some new decks, see where the meta's at. So this is really why I want to play Order Denki, is award the victor. I actually think this is some real spice. Like, after the attack deals damage, you can put it on top and then build a foundation and then play with the +2 and get like a bonus momentum. I love the idea of that. I don't know how practical it is. I should put in one regular indiscriminate shock. I should probably do that. This is a pretty sick card. Put a lot of one-offs. 4 passing the torch, because drawing cards is good. 4 heroic. I think these I actually side. Like, final exam failures. It's kind of got like that fake stun, get around stun hate kind of a vibe. I don't know. This card's actually messed up later in a turn. People flip this, by the way, super early in a turn. No. Like, you wait till your opponent's down to like their last best, answer foundation, and then you make them check a 5 and commit it, or, they check a 3 and lose it completely. At least that's how I want to use it. Hero Killer for going first. It's like our only... See, we don't have answers to Wall Cling or Face Shield. We'd have to play Hero Killer first before they play a Wall Cling. Alright, let's go 1 Rockin' Attitude. And then we have 1 charged up. So we have a little bit of momentum tutor action. Chill on that. I actually really just want to jam 4 of this and take out like all my interaction. This is probably better than I want it to be too. This is a sideboard for those nasty Momo players. Alright, Icy Gliding. Kicker EX attack, it's 2 speed. I'll throw 1 of those in. Gotta have some tape. We definitely want some 6 checks. +1 low, but here's the meat of our 1 diffs. Fruit of our labors. It's kind of a side issue, right? Like, we're not that worried about getting clogged at the moment. I hope not. Same thing with Intimidating. Like, I love to block with it. I love the idea. I'm not sure if it's actually doing what I want it to do. You gotta get the 4 requesting in there, and then probably gotcha looking at our blocks. We're right at 50. Oh, man. Alright, let's drop 1. Let's drop 1 here. Let's drop 1 main board here. 2 6 checks just to have the possibility. Oh, I refreshed. Whoops. We should be able to fit some gotchas. And I actually like Desperate Times right now, but we're pretty jammed. This looks alright for like a rough draft, like a tester, right? Like a lot of 1-ofs until you get to the spam. Let's try this out. This is like my level 0 play test. And Order has so many 0 divs. We could maybe make like, let me check out a cheesy danky. Let me try cheese danky. Let me just draft this up real quick. Start up Steam for TTS. I probably should not have exited Family View on stream, but whatever. That should pop up. Let's check out like a throw danky, like a cheesy charged throw danky, right? Let's just test a couple early turns with these. This is definitely like the silliest kind of a list. We don't need that. Charge. We're just gonna run all the tape swing. We're gonna run all the jolt. And let's go 2 indiscriminate. And where's the throws? Grasping tape toss. I actually thought this had stun 1, not gonna lie. Even though we just looked at stuff. Alright, so 4-2 checks. Got a way to ramp up the momentum. And then I think we should throw 1 burst in, right? Just to have the threat of cashing out a bunch of momentum. And this is going to be a deck where we work off like the... Oh, we can't play 3s because we're paranoid. We're playing all the 0s. This is like a deck that works off of your opponent just not really expecting you to play a slower game and just sort of cheese and grind them out until you can, you know, zuck up a bunch of momentum for a unstoppable tape swing or hopefully an unstoppable recipro burst if you drew the 1-0. So this is cheese. We're just going to cheese on people. Put one of these guys in. Passing the torch because drawing cards is good. We can mainboard the creepies on a version like this because we expect to go a little slower. Probably still a lot of 2 divs. Probably going to trim those down a bit. This is better speed hate than fusion is. Tape. Still need some 6 checks. Some self-sacks. And then probably gonna actually need to take out stuff that aren't 0s. Just get 12 0s in there. Maybe 1 more. Where are we at? 57. Alright. So let's trim 1 here. 1 here. It's 2. 3, 4. 5, 6, 7. Got rid of 2 low blocks though. Self-sack, lineage. It's probably alright, those ratios. let's give these two decks just a quick test run, right? Like, let's see if we can build out like our board state, like our starting hands, our early hands, just like level 0 testing. If anybody wants to play test, if anyone wants a game and they're in chat, you want to play on TTS, just let me know. Just hit me up. I don't need the deck building table actually, because we have the importer directly on the play table now. There we go. Shoot. Just soup that in there. So this should be, yeah, this one has a sideboard. This is like the legit quote-unquote version. Alright. Ooh, we got an award in our opener. I like this. I like this a lot, actually. We can just go here. Actually, I'm going to change my hotkey. Where is it? Options. Make that a Z. There we go. Oops. Alright, well, checked for this. And then on here. Oh, Z does something else? What? It like zooms in too. It did not listen. Okay, well. What about this guy? Alright, that doesn't do that. Alright, so cool. So we got the 3 that we checked there, and then on a 4. Oh, I keep pressing Z now. There we go. Alright, that fails. Okay, there we go. Not the best start, but let's review this plus ultra, depending on who we're fighting. Extend. Checks a 5, draw the card here, draw the card off extend. We're gonna have a sick turn 2 or turn 3. Now don't have any other kicks. We don't have to blow award the victor here 99% of the time. But wanting to draw a shitload of cards off future charge, I think I would. If this hits, which it probably does, we can just play this guy, and then we can just draw a card. Then we have 2 face downs, so we draw 2 cards. And now we have lineages. On a 5, that's fine, because we have speed hate now. This one's on a 5, and this one's on a 5. Cool. So we probably chunked them, maybe. You know, if we get hit by a breaker somewhere in there, probably not the best. Probably gave up on momentum, but this is pretty good if we survive, right? We got +2 high, +2 low, 1 high, 2 high. So we're pretty much only getting dunked by like a super mid or a super low hand. And then we've got tape to change one of those lows if we have to block with tape toss. So, got some gliding. If I were to block, I'd probably feel okay blocking with one of these and one of these. Just on average, high attacks are going to be the ones you're not looking to deal with. And then, oh, this is like an easy turn, right? Here, draw this card. Sure, blood curdle them just for the gimmick, just for the ha ha he he. At that point. Tape toss. We're gonna have to into that. The tape toss is not a charge, so we do that. Go there once per game. Hopefully they're tapped out. If they're not tapped out, obviously you're not doing this. So we definitely committed there. And we commit one. Gotcha. When gotcha commits for this cost, we can give it 4 damage. So realistically, they're tapped out. That's going to be a 4 low for at least like 13, 14, 15. Feels alright. Everybody's got a plan until they get punched in the mouth, though. 4. Sick. The greedy keep, even though you probably really should be reviewing something here. Future charge, we're just going to draw this card, we're just going to draw another card. Because we drew another award the victors, we're just going to flip there. We can actually play this on a 3 and then play this on a 5 for free because it gets +2. Flip to draw when we forgot. Draw over here. Yikes, this deck is angry. I don't think you play the other one. You just do this on a 3. You do that on a 5. Come in here. They almost certainly took that. It's not bad. 6 cards in hand. Built 3. No speed hate though. Well, ice gliding actually. We had decent speed hate. Probably want to block with future charge. Next turn would probably be something like this. Yeah, it's hard to go past like turn 2. Like once you get to the point where you're trying to guess what you'd have to block with, it's probably not great testing. Oh, I'm keeping the shit out of this opener. Hell yeah. 3. Get all the guaranteed ones. I prefer to go as much guaranteed as I can. And then I can just eat this on a 6 and hope I check a bonds. And then I don't. But that's fine because I'll play this on a 5. The charge. Draw a card calling for backup. Draw a card future charge. Draw a card passing the torch. Let's just say it gets blocked even. For whoops. I need ice gliding. 4. Oh, there's a 6. 5, 3, 4, 5. Actually, 5 on a 5. Tight. So we still got 4 cards in hand. We still got 2 passing the torch. We can actually block Hardened Chops for once. Right? Does your opponent want to attack into 4 cards in hand with, you know, like, I mean, if they're forcing you to use passing the torch at this point, they're probably winning. If they actually got these cards out of your hand. But like, you can just hit the ice. Oh, you can just hit the ice glide. Block with one of these. Block with one of these. Because if you hit with any charge during the turn, you're probably fine. And you got all this card draw. Yeah. 4, 3, 4. Draw 1 off extend. Or draw 1 off calling, then draw 1 off extend, of course. This is looking like a brick. Flip, ready this guy, draw another card. There we go. See, it's that easy, folks. The game is so easy. And then play another extend. This hits, we can put this here. Play this. Oh, not this one. Play this on a 3. Play this one on a 3. Then play this on a 6. 4, 5, 6. Tell them that they can't block this one. Respond once per game. Send this guy in there. That's fine. Oh, I was supposed to be ready. Ha. And so you got stun 1, stun 2, 5 speed, make it 14 speed, make it 16 damage. That's alright. I have no clue if this is how this deck would actually go. I think most offenses actually are just going to kill me turn 2. I don't think I'm actually going to get to play to turn 3, honestly, but so far the overall consistency of the checks and the amount of card draw I'm getting seems pretty good. But like turn 2, I'm probably not ripping off the Recipro Burst. You know, I'm probably just coming in here to snake this card draw. Feel good about that. Play this guy on a 3. Feel good about that. On a 5. You know, if this hits, it's easy, right? If we're getting the momentum, very easy to just do that. Because we have requesting assistance. You know, we've got the charge coming in. We've got requesting to ready ice gliding. We've got this for -4 and for card pool clog. So that feels pretty good. You know, we just get to block the first high attack with a +1. I was going to say on a 5, but never mind. Next one on a 4 or -4 speed, and then we would rocket attitude, get that there. Probably don't want to attack into that. We're cool with that, right? Draw 5. Hit him with the immediate Blood Curdle. Oof. This is why people don't like Blood Curdle. It's not free like Amphibious. Put this guy here. Draw a card there. I don't think we can actually kill with this hand, so that's a waste of Blood Curdle. You wouldn't actually Blood Curdle with this. But we're just trying to see if we check well, right? We're just trying to see if I can build these cards effectively and if I like what my stage looks like, right? Like here, I'm going to love what my staging area looks like turn 2. I can just do this, and this one is risky, but it's the least important, so it's fine. Actually, I do have 6s, but these are all really good. So if it's a matchup where you don't need Blood Curdle, we just toss that. And then we're just looking to draw one card. Oof, not worth. See, this is where it's like this is that turn where you're like, I don't know about this deck, but honestly, you probably never do that. You probably never actually play Recipro Burst just to draw this card. You know? Like, it's not... I don't know if I have the defensive tools to wait till turn 3, though. Like, these turn 3s look great. These turn 2s look, you know, like fair. And in card games, you're not trying to do fair stuff. Like, that's just the truth. You know, all the really good cards from any card game are not the fair ones. I want deck knowledge. Damn, I actually wanted to draw that. So this, I'm fine with throwing this one out. Draw a card off it. Draw a card off passing. Play... Oh, these are some +1 high blocks. Play this on a 4. I'm fine with that. Play this one on a 4. Starting to not be fine with it. If we have the momentum, I guess I'm fine with it, right? To pick that up. It's our mid block, so we don't actually get to play it. This one's guaranteed, and this one is okay. That's all the attacks. So yeah, sometimes you'll check 4 attacks in a row, and it's alright. If we have this momentum, we're in an okay spot. If we have this momentum, we can just flip this, ray this, and get -2 now. Start with the easy block. Get -1 to the next one. If it gets any speed or any stun, we still have gotcha and heroic. So not too bad. Now let's take a look at... Oh, it's not saved. Let's take a look at the cheesy danky. Where's it at? Let's take a look at cheese dank. Man, I'm terrible at this, huh? Ooh, there we go. What are you guys excited to play after the ban list? Like, we had, you know, Burnlander in chat was talking about how their deck got exploded, right? Like, the Sports Festival Denki deck did take a pretty big hit for that build. Obviously, you know, taking Unwavering out makes the 5 assets kind of stick out really bad, but, you know, Earphone Jack and Unwavering were already pretty good in Denki, so... Maybe you just switch the value train out to something different. I don't know. So this is a super cheesy deck. It just kind of wants to keep you off your feet early. Oh, I'm not playing around 2s at all. Ha! I forgot the point of this deck. On a 3, on a 4. Hey, never punished. Never punished. Let's go. Oh my goodness. Look at this hand. This is an awful hand. I don't want any of these grasping tape tosses. Oh, no, please. Let me out. Oh, boy. This isn't going to do anything on their turn. So at least we get the guaranteed momentum, but then we're pretty much forced to do this, right? Man. So if we survive and don't have to block with tape swing, if we just have to block the one attack, what do we do with this? Do we keep the throw? Nah, we shouldn't have kept the throw. Well, maybe. Let's go 5. We have 2 final exam failures. It's not bad. Get the stun, get the Danky out, so you get like the force commit of their best foundation. And then we're going to force commit. Force commit their next best foundation. I guess now we start blowing final exam failures just in case we check poorly here. Do those, hit the tape swing. Alright, easy peasy. Since this is a charge, we can once per game. And then this can't really fail. So we give it the stun 1. Let's just do this out. Let's just do this one out. So stun 1. Make it a high attack. Think fast for 1/1. Ice gliding for another 1. And then, oh, well, I guess we can just do it all at once. Plus 9 speed. So it's plus 12. And then plus 12 damage. Puts that 19. That's pretty good. That's like everything going perfectly and not being forced to block with tape swing, though. And I think 9 times out of 10, they're going to force that tape swing out of your hand on that turn. So 2. Oh, I'd have to mulligan for zeros. 3. 5. Oh, there's still 6s in the deck? No, alright. So we got some guaranteed momentum here. Alright, so we actually want this on our kill turn, I think. So we're just going to go tape swing here. Oof. Oof. My mid blocks suck. And then jolt. Nice. And then 2. And then 3. And then hopefully this jolt can actually just keep us alive. So we're gonna tap down their best thing on their turn. Have creepy so they can't go super deep. You probably still have to block something though. You probably still can't just let a home run comment slip through. Oh yikes. Alright. How big could we make this actually? If we made the tape swing 10 damage, can make it 12 with ice gliding and heroic lineage both tapping. They take 6, and then you play a 10 damage throw, so 11 damage on this turn. And no answer to face shield though. Like we get our answer to wall cling if we had an earlier attack that they had to block but not wall cling it. I think this would be a one of these turns. Maybe that's still a tempo you have to make. Maybe Denki just kills other 7-handers really well. There's a lot of people playing 5 and 6 in the meta. Like, they're just really popular. I think having the The extra health is looking really appealing to a lot of people. Rip. The best turn 3 of all time. We're going to have the best turn 3 of all time. 3. And these are about this. This is better on board, even though it has a better block mod. And we can just rate that later. So let's say we had to block with everything. We had to blow this, we had to blow this, had to blow that, had to block here, had to block there. Realistically, we probably actually have to sack some stuff if they're that deep. But let's just, assume like a worst case sort of a thing. Hit him with that tape swung, draw a card. Ready this guy. Probably tap down all your best stuff. Hit this guy, draw a card again. +1 here. Once per game. Stun the 1. Commit 1. It's another +9 speed. So it'd be +11 damage, +12 with self-sack. It's not too bad, but like not testing against Face Shield, not testing against Breaker 2. We're just trying to see how well everything just kind of gels. I think I actually kind of like this version better, but only from the fish bowling, idea that I can sit here and actually assume that this will deal damage. Assume that these throws don't get answered. Once they get answered, everything kind of goes out the window. There's a 2 on a 2 on a 4. Get rid of a grasping tape toss. Tape swing. Here. Should be playing around the 2 actually. Alright, fine there. Got a nice high block set up. Not many low blocks in the deck. I don't know. I might try to run out Order Denki. Blood Curdle seems pretty nice right now. What do you guys think? What do you guys think about Order Denki right now? I don't think he has the tools to deal with life water decks. I think Creepy kind of fucks on him. Like, it just... I don't know. I don't know where we're at with the format. What else do we have? I said this Ida deck I didn't finish. I'm also looking at Sero too. I think I talked about Order. I'm just looking at Order right now. Like, Blood Curdle seems pretty cool. Syrian Glacial seems like a nice sideboard tech to like super wall decks. I have a plasma. What is it? Ectoplasm Mill. This is my Ectoplasm Mill deck. I would love to take this to a tournament and do well, man. I wouldn't even have to win. If I could make top cuts and like actually mill people out, I'd feel so good. I would actually love that. 59 cards, so not like a ton, but it's kind of a lot. But the 6-hander problems, man. The 6-hander issues. 4. Oh, milled and Ecto as well. Rest in peace. Got my breakers and the uppercuts here, right? Play this, play this. So +2 low, and then like all the stuffings. This is definitely a deck that like you can't fishbowl. Like, you actually have to be playing this deck against people, against meta decks, like, against like the relevant threats, to know if it'll act. Oh, and I have 2 checks. I don't think the Gravity Barriers stay. I really don't think Gravity Barrier does what I need it to do at all. I think if anything, I need to find more attacks that block themselves. Right? Like, if my opponent's playing only these 4 attacks, like, these are the ones I get to pick up on their turn. What I need is, like, 1 copy of 1.3 million. I need, like, 1 copy of, there's some other cards that block themselves have the chaos symbol. So you go here, you go block zone, attack zone. There we go, my hero. Okay, so that's the only one who blocks slow, so you gotta play indiscriminate. Gotta play some 1.3 million. Here's some mid attacks that block themselves. No one plays pretty much any of these. I saw some early training knife slice attempts. Electric Surge was pretty cool early on when we were thirsty for momentum. And then Gravity Lift and Float combo don't actually block themselves. So, like, I think with the Ectoplasm, that's what I always try to look for. Attacks that block themselves. But there's no real luck on Chaos. Chaos and Order both, you get to... Excuse me. Man, I don't know why I'm so tired today. It's 6 in the afternoon. But yeah, Order and Chaos Ectoplasm, you pretty much get to always block one indiscriminate, right? Like, they stun one, you blow up the foundation, you add a copy of this attack to your hand. And this attack can include, you know, your opponent's attack. But yeah, add one copy of this attack from your discard pile to your hand. So you get to mess with your opponent. You get to make them think twice about playing any attack that would block itself. But where's Order? Oh, was that was Order? Huh? Oh no, I'm in a different tab. It's like Order Ectoplasm. It's still pretty much indiscriminate as far as like meta cards. As far as cards you'd want to play. Whirlwind blocks itself. Tape Toss is kind of funny. Extend gives you a mid block, but they're all bad. Whirlwind blocking Whirlwind is really funny. Like, I might put one in a sideboard. Just having one copy of the attack kind of feels bad, though, because offensively you'll never get to do it, which is why the mill strat can kind of do that. But I think this comes out. I think we just straight take out the gravity barriers, because you got to get that early build in. I don't know. Is there any deck you guys want to see me build? Is there any character? You know, I got a couple of viewers. I see you guys. I see a couple of viewers. I need chatters, not viewers. Come on, fellas. Let me know. What do you want to see a character build? I'll build it. Or I'll bring up a build if I have one. We got Rebound Sidekick Dinky. I thought this was going to be sweet. Oh no, my light just came down. Whoops. Give me 1 second. I wonder what happened there. Well, now you know it's live, I guess. I think I just set up the stand wrong. I think I didn't lock the base for the light. Okay. That was kind of weird. Well, unplug the channels, I guess. Yeah, for anybody who's here is wondering, I was having an issue with stream keys and with like my account details, and so Twitch has like locked my email to the wrong email, so I can't actually set up the affiliate stuff at the moment. But we are trying to work on that. That should be up and ready by tomorrow. You know, tomorrow I'll have the the camera set up to do the pack openings, and I'll start, collecting all the XRs to give away. If anybody's in chat right now, who's interested in watching a pack opening, I can do it. I just have to hold it up to the camera. But we can start doing that. I was going to collect all the XRs, give them away at the end. I think now it's better. I should just give them out as I go, right? Just give them out to the people who are there when the pack gets opened. But we'll see how that goes tomorrow. I was going to have it all set up for today, and then I got really depressed about the whole affiliate thing, and I don't have alerts yet. It's all very weird. I took all day to figure out how to just get into my account because my stream key wasn't valid, and I could not just put in the stream key, I guess. Guess I should delete all these now illegal decks. And present mic, because it's present mic. Unwavering slash. More unwavering slash decks. It's actually a toga deck, but whatever. Anybody want to watch some Provisional Showdown games? We can chill and just watch, back watch some stream. Oh, this was a concept I had for Shigaraki where I just play attacks that have high speed, like base speed. It just kind of messes with Encouraging Training Partner. You can actually play around Encouraging Training Partner really well with the Let's Fight Bad Guys in this deck. I don't think all of them are Fury, though. It's only it's only like 10 attacks. 8 attacks are Fury, but it's just where the symbol's at. Let me fishbowl this a little bit, and then we'll watch some Provisional Showdown matches from this weekend. See, the last time Asui got to run rampant over the format. I don't hate this opener. Seeing my float combos instead of checking them feels really good. Womp womp. I didn't actually get that mediator, but that's okay. Would I combo this float combo? I would not. I would just say, suck it. We get to draw here. Nah, I'll flip it next turn. So we've got mid block. We've got high block. This is our low block. But I think we want it on board. So we're probably not getting dumpstered by only lows. I guess on a 5. Yeah, I just talked about how we want it. Something like that. So the question is, did they see evens? They attacked with a high. Odds, they attacked with a mid. They attacked with a low. We took it. All right, odds, it's a mid. Block here. Ooh. Just trying to get the response. 5. Kill 4. Let's go float. We would get to draw here. Flip that. Kill you next turn. High, low, mid. 5. If we actually just block everything, it's working okay. Ooh, Night Watch Mediator. Check in action immediately. Too good. We do have 2 checks, so I should actually play around them. 5, 5. Oh, the 6 build. We might be a Shigaraki gamer now. It might be a Shigaraki gamer. This one's kind of weird. The temptation to cheerful uppercut and put evil gaze on it just to get damage and like a momentum early is super strong. But the blowout of evil gaze cheerful uppercut defensively is also really appealing to me. I think I would hold, see, 2-2-2. I think I'd hold mid and high here. And then evil gaze, uppercut. Probably don't attack after that, especially if it was a mid. Ooh, double float again. Just hold all these mid blocks. I don't know if it's explosive enough. I don't know if I'm actually going to draw float combos this consistently in real games. Yeah, I think playing the 2-check with excited for blow is actually wrong. As much as I love Gale Force Punch in general, I think it's actually wrong. I think it's actually not the move. What do you guys think? Do you think it's worth it to run? It's only 2, I think, as well. Because, like, I'm going to be destroying their foundations, right? What do you guys think? Do you think it's worth it? Like 6 speed, and it puts a truckload of damage on the next one. The idea, hopefully, is they have to block the Gale Force and like tap out stuff, and then you put the 5 damage onto a Nitro Explosion. You know, it's a 5 high, or you put it on long lasting. I don't think I drew any long lastings in those fish bowls, did I? The real question is, we need a tutor for float combo. We need a way to more consistently draw and play float combo. Just to get that guaranteed chisel in. We also, you know, we have answers to like specific foundations with like evil gaze, you know, blocking on their turn, but no answer to Faith Shield also kind of hurts. Like, considering that there is technically still answers out there, we could be playing Sports Festival. Sports Festival seems really bad for a deck that wants to play one attack and cheese you out a turn. But it does protect the one cheesy attack. Yeah, I think it has to stay. I think, at least for the concept is everything has to be like naturally fast anyway, and then we're just jamming nervous habits like as much as we can. Let's try one more time, and then we'll switch over to watch some Twitch content. We'll just go steal some tournament footage and repurpose it for my own content creation, if you can call it that at that point. Content usage. Alright, that's a decent build. How many cards is this deck? Is it really only like 55? So it's 51, 56, 57. Alright. We keep the evil gaze because we love the... Oh my god. Oh my god, look at this hand. If you play one and pass, they know you have all the evil gazes. So you have to play the float. Yeah, we didn't like that. It's not Fury anyway. Builds a foundation. Alright, we're going to do some telegraphed looking stuff here. Or actually, committing the mediator probably helps us out, right? Like, committing the mediator probably makes them think we don't have evil gaze. We just look stupid keeping this. So, boom, we go here. This goes here. We pay 6 life because when you draw triple Evil Gaze, you play it, you check a 2 anyway, you get super rewarded for it. Blow everything up. And then even if they play a third attack, you'll still get to block it. So now that we've annihilated their whole board, get to slap this down for 5 low for 8. Can we pump that at all? This probably doesn't actually hit most people. Most people are actually ready. I don't know, maybe the low zone does. A lot of people hold 1 of each zone against Shigaraki, so like that's kind of that's kind of the issue. Like, I actually think mono zone Shigaraki is not that bad. I think mono zone Shigi is like, you know, asking the question of how much of every block zone did you actually draw, you know? Ooh, did they build 5? They probably did. You can do that. And this, and then this, and then that. 1, 2, 3. Flip their best card. Come back to me. Draw 5. Hit the float. Do that. It's not terrible. I'm building all my low blocks instead of holding them, though. You know, like the level 0, you're just like struggling with studies. I love struggling with studies. But then once you're in an actual game, you'll probably have to hold it more often. Just a tough decision you'll have to make on the fly. Man, I wish I could figure out why I'm so tired today. I like slept extra long. Let's go to Twitch. Let's go to MHA CCG. Let's not watch my own stream. Let's not have Aception.
He's gotta have another 10.
Oh, that's a lot. Alright, should I start with top cuts? Should I just go straight to top cuts, or should we watch some of the rounds? I didn't get to watch any of the Swiss rounds. I didn't get to watch any of the Swiss rounds at all because I was stupid and I played Momo. I played a Momo deck I didn't know how to play yet. Ooh, Kaz Simon. I wonder why that name is so familiar, huh? Did they just use people's usernames for everything? Gina Carlos. No, they didn't use... wild. Man. You know, I could be okay with being tired, but the constant yawning, something else. Alright, let's jump into game 1 here. Oh, we want the chat. We actually want the Twitch chat to make fun of them, right, guys? Want to use my chat to bully the other chat. Establish chat dominance. Even though almost anybody here would have been there at the time, probably. Alright. 9-hour video is pretty hard to see. Here we go.
They don't have
Who went first?
a very lean deck.
There we go. Alright, we got the
Devin has been very adamant about playing less than the rest of the gamers are playing typically in their life decks. I believe he is closer to 50 than he is to 60. So he is going to be seeing the pieces he wants much, much quicker. This is a very aggressive token deck.
Oh, my cat's
That is
waking
awesome,
up.
and we do see kind of like, we didn't find excited for blood, but double passing the torch is
Hey,
probably
somebody feeling better?
just the best start we could ask for if we're not going to find turn one excited for blood. If you've played both of these decks, what are we looking for in these matchups? If you're Toga,
He's a good
versus
cat.
Kirishima, what are you looking?
Got a little
turn one
shaken
to
up
kinda-
last night in a fight.
Your early turns, your setup.
He's recovering.
I think for
Not too hurt, as far as I can
Toga
tell, though.
particularly, you're looking for those passing the torches because we already know Kirishima's deck, right? Like he's not boosting speed. The Earth symbol does not have a lot of speed or speed increasing or speed reduction. So you're looking for your extra speed moves. You're looking for rescue completed. You're looking for those passing the torches just so you can continue to put on the pressure. Passing the torch just absolutely counters most of the strategy that the Kirishima 2 decks have in strip your hand with hardened chop and then continue to attack and attack and attack. And if you're Kirishima, I would say you're looking heavily for apathetic in your turn 1, turn 2 builds. Apathetic is the key.
Oh my god.
For sure. And then
He's
double
building
homage to my hero
straight
is
into
also just about
deadline.
as good as you could ask for on the Kirishima part. Because some of the Toga attacks, they don't hit particularly hard. We'll face tank 4.
You can take 4, draw 2 cards, get yourself in a position to defend
So,
a little bit later in that.
Kirishima got double
That's a good
homage
point, but
out,
I think
but
that we might be
at the same
as a
time,
Kirishima
like,
player here, you're sitting here looking across at
it's
at
really
10
just a
cards
block
already,
zone matching game
and
at this
that's
point.
That's a tall mountain to climb, right? Like that is a tough task for most decks to deal with on turn 2. And you can see he's going right into his aggression. I don't know if I necessarily.
Speaking of hardened
agree with that,
chop,
but if his hand is all gas, like what else can you do, right?
Yeah, we are gonna let the Toga deck just kind of start chaining and churning cards with those passing the torches. I have a hard time thinking that we're gonna get through damage on this turn, but if we're just trying to find more pieces and we're just trying to kind of cycle through our deck, this is the best way to do it. Kirishima sees a lot of cards, not as many as Toga, but sees quite a few cards.
Yeah, these are both decks that can absolutely rip through their cards, right?
oh man, this autofocus is gonna
not
kill me.
necessarily only on his effect.
The
He's gonna
autofocus from the
deposit
bottom
just
player is
we're seeing
rough.
more extra cards with hardened chop, hardened jab, just
Oh,
putting more
man.
cards from the top of his deck face down.
I'm not even
giving
exactly
himself
sure how
more
to turn it
options
off
for
in
later. I am
Discord.
interested to
So,
see if this deck is.
I
is
started
closer
using.
to
I used the
a
virtual
big
camera
Johnson
when I
as
played because I
or
wanted to
getting
show
a
like
big
my
spice
upper
from
body because
Kirishima.
I'm bad at holding the cards
The
at the
JJ
right
list
level.
is a little bit bigger,
And,
a little bit.
The added benefit was I could use OBS to
I
turn off
personally
my
lean towards the
autofocus,
side of a bit thinner of a
and
deck. Kirishima, just so you
you know,
can
my
see
stuff
it a little
wasn't
bit
switching
quicker.
lighting
It'll be
and
interesting to
blurring
see what
out
we're
all the
looking at.
time.
We do see that Faith Shield block
What a
come
good
down. We're going to
cat.
discard a card to
I'd pick up my cat
harden
and
chop,
show him
but we
on
drew so
screen,
many,
but
it's
he's
not the end
not
of the world.
feeling
And
good.
our amphibiouses are live
And he
now,
doesn't
so,
like to be picked up.
Really, it's going to be tough here for
He's
Kirishima
a
to
very
push through
good
damage.
cat.
But Back Alley Haymaker will help us accelerate our foundation base while also being able to kind of put pressure on Toga's hand.
Alright, but I'll leave you.
I think that the back alley haymaker building in a card was best case scenario for us because it does appear that we do not have
So we faith
many
shielded
foundations. Like I said,
the first
it
one.
looks like we are sitting on just a handful of attacks and we're just hoping to cycle a couple times with Hiroshima and get a couple of additional great cards, or else we're gonna be in a tough spot. I mean, in an unenviable
Faith shield, of course,
position,
lets us ready them
you
amphibious
don't quite have the foundations you
is.
want staring at a big board.
So like Devin
And
is
we
like
saw
so
the
far
stun
ahead at this
2 come
point
down
that
there
he
from the Back Alley
genuinely
Haymaker.
doesn't
I think
have to
Devin
give a
did
fuck
respond there
about
with
like
someone style. So
anything.
this is getting blocked. It's a 0 speed mid attack now. That is what it appears.
I already
to have
drew
happened
out from the passing
I
the
am
torches though. It's kind of
a little bit
interesting.
surprised we didn't see Precious Lesson put there as well to get the extra foundation. Because really, there aren't too terribly many triggers.
I think
for
I'm just
card
more
in the
willing
Toga
to
deck.
like draw random cards
So I'm
off the
surprised he
top
didn't
than
just keep
other
himself at
people.
10 despite
If
just
only
getting
because of my
the one foundation.
experiences,
And another
I've been
issue-
able to draw something good enough
It is- it's
when my
interesting to see
opponent
Devin run
is
through
like,
those this
oh, well,
early
what
in
are
the
the odds he
game.
has anything, right?
I find myself holding those, but here comes more aggression from our Kirishima player. And really,
Oh,
one of the
the
things the Kirishima deck
second
does best
shield,
is,
and we're still
we're
gonna
checking. We
attack.
check 5s on these 6s and 7s. Our cards all replace our foundations. Our character replaces our foundations. So we've attacked
Oh,
3
this guy's
times
the
and we have a single
same.
committed foundation.
He's
Right.
plus
I am-
foundations.
led to believe that he is just, or he went into this turn looking for just additional foundations because he did tap that homage. This is clearly not a turn where he was looking to kill or we would have tapped like learning the standards instead, right? So despite his best intentions, apparently the game has given him exclusively attack cards. And we see yet another huge block, right? Breaker 1 after double phase shield. I mean,
and the frog lashing. Devin just whipping out all the defensive guns here early, but
and then we see
the
one of those
board
provisional
state
cards we were
tells
talking
him
about, which is
that
childhood
he's
friends.
not
I
going to
really
be
like this
losing
card.
anytime soon.
I do wonder what we're
And
playing that we can
without
pick
like
up
a
on
bunch of
all
face
Earth
downs, that
Fire,
frog lashing's not
other than
exactly
just
going
making
to
our
turn around
opponent
and
lose life
laser
from,
beam his opponent.
From playing powerful attacks, but
I am color me confused unless he is playing Hardened Crusher and we just have not seen it yet.
Yeah, for sure.
Because
you get 7
this
fresh
Kirishima does not share 2
boys.
symbols with Kirishima 1, so
Nobody's
it's
been touched.
harder for you
Kirishima
to
has
pick up
2
those
in
moves.
hand.
And those moves, like the Kirishima 1 moves, are the linchpin of this deck's offense. So unless we're going to see some crazy Hardened Crusher technology, that one's a little lost on me.
Yeah, for sure. And then one thing the Kirishima deck into Toga here is going to do very well is it's going to be tough unless Toga just draws the nuts to deal 27 through Kirishima. Devin's game plan here is going to have to be sink a little bit of poke damage in for probably 2 turns before we're able to actually go in and try and close out the game, especially through double learning the standards.
He would have to have just an absolutely ridiculous hand to kill him in 1 turn. I'm talking like somehow double back alley haymaker, your opponent doesn't use their learning the standards, and you just have like also ready, get set, go to counter learning the standards. Like it would have to be an absolutely nutty hand checking all 5s to really
Shining Flash.
But
this man did not let him
like
get any momentum.
The chip damage is
He's going to open up with a
Shining
Shining
Flash.
Flash. How rude.
10 to 15 damage, so that next turn we can really soften him up with the rest of it.
We are going to see a million cards.
We are going to absolutely just bury our opponent in card advantage here. As
We're going to see a million
double
cards.
Passing, Excited for Blood, and Toga responses here. This single attack is going to draw us 4 cards and
4
discard
cards,
1.
yes.
Yeah.
He is going to have 10 cards in hand very, very quickly. And it's
going to pay that life.
Like, this is what you can
get the
expect
automatic
from Toga.
trigger
You
off
are never
Excited
gonna have
for
more cards
Blood.
in your hand than Toga. Toga is the queen of cards, and it's just oppressive at times because you have to not only fight through a life wall, but you have to fight through 8, 7, 6 cards in hand at the end of their turn, and that is a lot. That's a lot to do. That's a uphill.
One of my
battle.
biggest pet peeves is that when people have cards not facing the same direction.
Keeping track
If only
of Toga's
because
life
you
total
can
here,
like thumb your
lose
deck
1,
and you can
we'll lose
feel
2, we'll gain
which
1,
direction they
We're
are.
gonna ping pong our life
And
total
a
between
lot of people, myself
16 and
included,
20 for the
nervously
foreseeable
thumb
future.
the side of their deck. They kind of like riffle the deck, whatever.
That has got to be the worst
They thumb
thing
through it
to
and like
keep track of for our technical guys. So apologies.
you
to
can
Lodoko.
tell,
Sure he's gonna do his best to
which
keep track
facing
of it,
the
but
card
luckily we
is
have
by doing
players,
that.
life totals. On,
And I always get
on Toga's
paranoid.
screen,
Like I've
so
never
we can
thought
kind of-
anyone is
kind of
genuinely
manage it,
cheating
'cause,
against me in
man,
a competition.
It's a tough one. It's tough, man. I've
But
gone
I just
through
get
entire,
weirded
like,
out when I
page
see
and a
people
halves
whose
of their
decks are like
books
all
playing
flip flop
Toga in a single game where you're just like,
rearranged.
up,
And the
down,
most
down,
common
down,
time stuff like that happens is like a remove from
Luckily,
game pile.
in the events where if
which
I play,
can a
if
lot
my
of times
opponent and
be-
I aren't familiar, I will keep track of it all. Luckily, when you and I play,
It can a lot of times be your just attacks getting removed.
I can't.
You know, it's like attacks that remove themselves, or a lot of times your opponent's effects only remove attacks. So like they shuffle their remove from game pile back in, and then it's like only 8 cards are flipped around and they're all attacks. It looks bad, and I wish they'd codify that in the rules.
Card advantage engine, a second Excited for Blood. It's gonna get really
Yeah,
tough here.
I was just about to say, I know that Devin is a good player. He's definitely.
I can
been
probably
a
let me
player
fix
of
this window. It's
universe's
starting to bug
past.
me. I was kind
I
of
wonder
chilling
if he
on it,
knows
but I'm
that
gonna
the
fix
deadlock
this.
options for Earth are very suspect, right? Like he can probably build as many cards as he wants against the Earth deck because Earth's
Ooh,
deadlock is
display
not
capture
very
here.
good. Now it is always possible that that the Kirishima 2 is playing like Berserker Blow, and that's targeted destroy 2 foundations. That's nothing to sneeze at, but at a certain point, if you have 15 foundations, target destroy 2 doesn't matter as much.
Yeah, and then just the amount of card advantage we had in this turn, just the play a poke, draw a million cards, and then build
That
out.
should
as
be a
much
little
as we
better,
still
right,
have,
guys?
I believe 3 cards in hands to block. 3 cards in hand to block. Like,
Yeah.
this is just.
Or-
If you were
I guess
gonna,
you get. I don't know if you guys
yeah,
really
if
care
you-
about seeing
if
their
you
chat.
If you were gonna play Toga, this is
Or
how
you
you
can
dream
even
it up
read
into
it.
the Earth matchup, right? You just bury the Earth deck and card advantage, and kind of roll from there. So
This is an uphill battle for sure. Life is definitely one of the tougher matchups for Kirishima 2 to begin with. But man, you usually when you're playing against Momo, you don't see this type of build this quickly. Like, this is a disrespectful amount of cards thrown on the table by the Toga player. Devin is leaps and bounds ahead of Kirishima 2 right now.
So, like, my issue with passing the torch is
Honestly,
I'm
we
so
gotta see if any of
greedy,
this, like,
and I want to block so
pulling
much
strings
that
and
I
attacks are gonna do
almost
anything
never use
for-
it on my turn.
for the Kirishima. 'Cause
I'm almost always waiting to get
Right
down
now,
to 0
I'm-
cards,
I'm skeptical.
and then-
Very skeptical.
draw
we
2
are-
off of it, and
we
I've
are
just been
basically
taught that
exactly
that's
where we want to
wrong
be in this matchup
for
on
so
Devon's
long
end.
now.
We built our Trey Sheet Cape, so now we're going to be either unflipping Excited for Bloods, or when we find our kill turn, we are going to be using that, basically telling Kirishima, you
Yeah.
can't go into Deadlock. I will kill you if you go into Deadlock.
Yeah, that is the tough one too. I mean, it does look like he got some damage for free through there, which is great. Kirishima hitting him for 7, which means I'm expecting Devin's hand to be just gas that he's holding on to for next
Is
turn,
this
hoping his
a-
opponent overcommits just.
Is this
little
a
bit.
smash?
I think that Trey Sheet Cape here
Or is this a
honestly
Berserker
probably
Blow?
the best possible deadlock card he could have drawn. There are answers to deadlock cards on the Earth symbol. There are not
Can't
answers
really tell
to
which
deadlock
attack he
assets
just played, but
on the Earth symbol.
it is a 5 diff
Earth's
or a
asset
4
hate
diff.
is not very good.
He's got 2 committed.
Yeah, it's
That one is pretty good to have on board.
I think
and
it's
if we are looking
Merciless Rush.
for ways to close out life totals, Texas Smash is definitely one of them. That card.
Oh, no,
slaps
it's the
on at least,
regional alt-art
11 damage
Texas
on
Smash?
face. If we include our homages and our Kirishima effects, we could see upwards. These next 2 cards could be pumping in, 20 plus damage off 2 attacks. So
Yeah.
I have to imagine Devin has the blocks though, right? We have 4 cards in hand. We're gonna get double a precious lesson here.
Yeah, we just use release. We're making things easy to block. I think if you're Kirishima, you still have to make this lethal.
So this
There's
is
no
the kind
real
of
reason
game
for you
where,
to not
like,
make it lethal.
Devin did everything right
Yeah,
and
but
got
people
up
just
to, like,
like,
all of this
you make it a lethal
advantage,
attack.
but his
If
cards
for
in play
some
aren't
reason,
doing a
some
ton for him, and to play
weird
defense,
dimension,
he's
he
gonna
held
need
0 high
to
blocks and mid blocks,
match
you
block
squeak out a
zones
game, you
and
actually
lose
steal one.
most
Our
of that
opponent will
advantage he
really
accrued
lose
via
the round.
releasing everything
I
away.
am with you. I think
Now, if he
this
stays
attack is
alive and has a
very,
great
very
backswing, that's
blocked.
obviously not an issue.
But
But
hopefully
not
Toga
spending
sees
any
the
time
power
really
of this
chiseling
attack
away at
to really set himself
Kirishima's
behind.
life total
Because
is,
as you can see,
you
like I said,
know,
he's flying through his
it's
deck.
he's got the
We might just be
advantage
able to mill him,
overall,
maybe it's never too early for plan
but
B,
it's
right?
not.
We are also only half blocking this.
It's not like an impenetrable wall
Maybe
that
our
he
hand
has.
was
It's
just
strictly
all mid,
just
right?
resource
Maybe we didn't have
advantage.
highs and lows to block. If we built down a high, we built down.
If
at
he
least
can't
high
stop
blocks.
Build
Kirishima
out
from
3 highs.
enacting his
So
game
yeah,
plan,
another
it's not going to
summer
matter
stuff
much.
and release. So
Yeah.
perhaps it was just an oversight. Like,
This one is already lethal on half block, so
yeah, we'll see. I mean, we will
Oh
certainly
boy!
see, right?
So
Like,
we didn't block any
Kirishima has
smashes
to do a
yet.
lot to play this card, right?
We're just wondering if high blocks
we're gonna
exist.
combo. This is it was already lethal on half block. It was not lethal yet. It's lethal now on half block because of the combo enhance. But if we didn't keep highs, this might just be. We were talking about the advantage that Devin had just kind of seized over the game, and we could just be losing it all right here.
Yeah, perhaps he made a little bit of a miscalculation, right? A little miscalculation of what his opponent could possibly do. And as you said, yeah, the Kirishima gets to keep a lot of his cards ready, right? Because he is just moving them around in like a little circle, realistically, where you're putting a card in your hand and you're drawing a card.
We got
and
that release.
you're never
Are we
quite
bluffing?
tapped out.
We're bluffing high
My
blocks.
guess, though, is that Devin wanted to hold onto a back alley haymaker, so he didn't want to use it on his last block. I expect to see a back alley haymaker come down now. Or he was like, yeah, that second Texas Smash is just going to be bigger.
We did have a
Read
high
that the
block.
second Texas
Okay.
Smash was coming.
So we were looking for the
Uh,
other
Devin is checking
Texas
absolutely
Smash,
horrendous.
right?
I
We
don't know-
want
I
him to
don't know
commit
if-
those
Yeah,
cards out of his
I
hand.
think-
We want to block
I think he has
the
actually
highest
checked
damage
a
one.
relentless barrage.
Oh boy. And we're gonna fail that?
Yep.
See that one going.
We're gonna fail that one, and
Interesting.
now
You did not want to tap out for
tough
the
part
Relentless
here
Barrage.
is that
I
because we have
don't.
double excited for blood.
I
we're
don't
gonna-
blame him.
Devin is not going to be at 5.
Of all the cards
No,
Devin has in their
it's gonna
hand,
be-
right? Like
probably
the
we're gonna
3
look
mid
towards
attack
nine,
is not
right?
the
'Cause
one you
we double
expect
respond
to
with them, draw
slip
ourselves 4
through.
cards and then gain 8 life. So
See what Devin reviews.
10
If they
after with
review
Toga.
a mid block.
The-
Nope, no
probably-
review.
Yeah, actually, I think honestly he's
The worst
pretty
thing that
far
could
ahead,
happen
but I
is
don't know how
Devin
many
draws
attacks
no
he
attacks
can get this
simply for
turn.
the fact that he won't get
Checked
to
double
draw
Cannon
cards.
Blast on that turn. Didn't
And if
have
he
to
gets
block
to
with
draw
an
cards,
attack
he'll
on
get
that
the
turn.
gain
Did
life.
block with a Frog Lashing early in the game, but you were saying that
Still-
Devin is
it's-
playing a...
Like right now, you play
It's
one
still
attack.
also tapped.
You can draw 2 cards, go down to 1, flip, gain 8, go up to 9.
Devin,
Not to
I do
mention the
know,
2
likes
you
his-
can draw
you
from
were saying
passing the
earlier,
torch.
And you know, if you follow, you know, Devin's discourse and in Discord and all that, he does like his 50-card deck, so it could be a really tough.
All right, Shiny
year
Flash,
if
hit
all
on
those
that
attacks were in the
momentum.
discard pile.
I wonder. It could be a situation where he is actually playing for the cycle at this point. I didn't count. I wasn't paying that much attention. I did see a lot of orange checked, but he's very near the end of his deck already. We are we're on turn 4 at this point. Like
Yeah.
we are absolutely launching ourselves, rocket ship through this deck. And I expect if he sees like a back alley haymaker or any real stun ability off of the draws, that we are going to see him go for the actual win here. It would be tough for me to see him play it a little bit passively. I just don't think that's his style, especially not this low on. Like, I think
We're gonna draw more cards.
For the win here.
More cards. We need more
See,
cards
that
for the
wins
life
passing
symbol
torch,
deck.
So yeah, we're trying to get those last few
We need
cards out
more
to maybe put those attacks
cards.
back in our deck, but it looks like we are setting up Frog Lashings, right? If we're flipping these passing the torches and with tight lip for a little bit of incremental damage, we're definitely setting up a Frog Lashing play.
We are at least telling our opponent that we intend to get some damage here, like, or telling them that we don't need 55 cards in our hand anymore, right?
Yeah.
We have the 2 excited for bloods. We are gonna gain some life back, and if he doesn't die in any sort of way, right? Like he's gonna be drawing.
Yep, gonna
gaining,
draw this
drawing,
card,
gaining,
then
drawing,
cycle.
it's
Then we're gonna
be
gain
a
4,
lot.
then probably pay 2 more and draw another card, and then
Quick
gain 4
cycle
more.
for Toga. That is remarkable.
He is on the slimmer deck though.
Kirishima player chooses not to block and then uses 1 homage to my hero to draw a card.
Devin also
Going down to
not
21.
asking his
We're gonna start
opponent
seeing
what
the
style of
excited
cut.
blood dance. So the first
They might
excited
just said
blood
no
has been
cuts fine,
activated.
but you know, just
Lose 2 and draw a
shuffle
card.
through,
That
let's
same
do
one
it.
is going to take us back to 6, and then the second one I have to imagine is going to take us
Boop,
to
boop.
4, and then 8.
hey, we got
and
the
then
right
Toga's going to take
sequence.
us to 9 at the end of this.
Yeah.
Flip, go
I
up to
can't-
8,
Yeah, like I said, we're going back to 9.
Yeah.
and
The
then
dance
Toga
is
had to
real.
go back up to 9.
What a crazy draw. That is so many cards to see in such a short period of time. He's got to be sitting around 10 cards in hand right now.
Yeah, it's an absurd amount, and we still have a passing the torch. So if we
Wow.
want to see another card, we're fully able to. You've played Toga a lot. Are you feeling pressure on Devin's end that this is your last turn to close the game out, or do you think you have another turn?
I think if he wants to stop, he has all the defense he needs in that release. He does not need much more than that. The release is definitely going to be enough to really shut down the Hiroshima's attack plan. Because, I mean, like I said, he's not putting speed on anything. You don't need to really worry about much other than just raw blocking. You just have to have the dough, which is why life is such a tough matchup, because they can find so many more cards than most.
It'll be interesting to see if he chooses to unflip something. Probably not, right? This is like the do or die turn. Right now, the most interesting thing is which attack does Kirishima respond to take half on?
And there we see
Because
that frog
as
lashing
soon
ready
as
to face down, so,
as
we
soon
did- we
as
checked
they
well on
commit
that one, right? We
themselves,
checked
they
the
are
vibe, we had our
wide
committed
open
face down,
to
committed another, so our lord is fully
tight
ready to
lipped
go here.
flipping into a frog
Gonna
lashing.
be
So
very, very interesting to see if we did draw enough, or if this is the turn that we're trying to get Kirishima to like 13 or 14 life and then pass and go for it on the next turn. But with how many cards we're seeing, it's got to be nearing the end, either this turn or the next.
This has got to be. This is a tough situation as well for Kirishima.
I mean, this lashing is going to be
like 15
big,
damage. You can't.
but it's still very
You're gonna either
blockable.
have to. You're you're going to use your responsive early probably, you're going to have to be learning the standards now, and then like, what if your opponent has enough to pass the follow-up? Then you're sitting in a really tough position. I would also like to say, like, the Kirishima is
Devin not drawing off passing the torch is pretty key, though. Oh, an attack. On a 7, you blocked that, right? Is that 5 speed?
His turn and this turn, where he has not destroyed that same base
6.
foundation. So
And no, what? Wait, what? I guess he gets a -2 from Harden.
So we have
And then learning will jam him up if he has
like
like some kind of combo.
Devin, hey, if you've got 20 damage through learning the standards, you've got it, right? And we have a hardened response for -2 damage, so.
I mean, I guess we just got to
So
see how that
I guess
plays out, Andrew. I know
we're gonna have to play
like
like 3 more
with it,
cards to
but
kill him.
He did do the legwork, right? He did block a 13,
Then we would have
14
had
damage
to.
move, so we just have to see if we can survive the rest of the storm.
Double frog lashing. If we have the other 2, it looks
No,
like we
we're
made
just
the
gonna
right
pull
call,
out.
right? If we're
Oh, there's
yeah,
another
capture
frog
that.
lashing.
We got tricked. I got bamboozled, Phil.
Yeah,
Oh,
I think
here's
that,
capture
we're
net,
not
which
great enough
is
commentators to have seen that one coming. That
even
one was a
more
bit of a surprise to
interesting
me
with a
as well.
card like learning the standards
Would you
down,
guys say
right?
that,
But I've
Maybe
seen
we were expecting that, and it's
capture net,
already
knowing there's a learning the standards looking you in the
it's already
face,
happened
made a
now.
move into it.
no, we get to stun it.
Okay. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, we get to stun it. That's totally
Yeah, we were
fine.
expecting
I
the
think
learning
that
the
if
standards to come out
I was
last
in this
time,
particular
so we
matchup,
had the
I think
capture
that
net ready to
would
go.
have failed
But
the
because you
hard
didn't
block
learning
and
the
just
standards, we
fine.
just get to stun it out with capture net. Love that.
Leave several cards up and then
Love that emergent gameplay.
life decks are really good at playing through learning the standards.
Again,
It's not
very
necessarily
interesting to keep the
answer
learning there.
make your opponent
And
play
probably
better,
just
but
like myself,
better
didn't
at,
realize that capture net was like around anyway.
in my personal opinion.
But
yeah,
you know, to play around the
this
fact
is
that you have to
now
put the
certainly an
foundation in the
uphill
card pool to play it as
battle,
your next
for the
card.
Kirishima because,
But at the same
man,
time, the
this
stun
was
just
one
actually
big
answers
ball
it too
really
if
is gonna-
you know, if you don't pop it
And
early.
because
So
our amphibiouses are online.
learning
now,
the
if it's
standards,
frog
something
lashing,
I'd really
I
be
imagine
popping
if we
like
check a 3
first
on it, it's
attack
gonna
if
be- we get
that's
to ready basically
you know
everything
my
to commit,
plan,
so,
if that's
yeah.
my goal.
I think this is going to be lethal because we're going to commit both amphibious and 2 face down and ready everything. Our stage never stays committed
Yeah.
because of how the life symbol works. So
Yeah, and here's the lashing that's gonna come in. So we took
yeah.
probably 4 or
what a
5
beacon
from
of the
that
meta. What a
capture
real
net,
pillar
right?
for this format. Amphibious.
Oh no, Harden gave
This
it
is going
minus
to come
2,
in, we're
so
gonna
he took
tight
like
lip
3
the
at
damage,
most.
So we're going to be at 7, and I want to say this is going to come in for lethal here.
But at this
spaced
point,
out
you're
young, so
tight-lipping
it's very
everything,
close.
Entirely
right? At
sure
this
that
point, you're
is
just
10 games, but
maximizing
I have to imagine he has
your
games
face
involved,
down
so.
count.
Yeah.
If I know anything about Devin, it's that there is a cannon
1,
always
2,
waiting.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
8. So
Okay.
plus 8. There are always a cannon waiting in the wings when Devin is playing. He is
Plus
the
8
connoisseur of the
Dunkaroos.
cannon token deck.
So this one's for
He
what?
loves
15?
Cannon blast more than any human being ever has.
Put him at 2.
Yep, and I have to
Any
imagine
attack
the
wins
last
it,
attack, it's
and
the
of
third.
course,
Oh,
what
wow.
attack
So,
is it?
Sometimes you sculpt it, you
Of
find them all.
course, it's
Right.
frog
Togo will
lashing.
be taking game 1.
Of course, it's frog
It looks
lashing.
like we are scooping them up. We did not have even a pretend high block there.
we didn't have
so-
the -2 high block, the elusive -2 speed block.
Yeah.
Now, post game 1 there, what did you think about that? How do you rate this matchup? Like, what does Kirishima 2 need to do to really get into the driver's seat in game 2? Like, is it a side in his apathetics? I don't think he's playing the main, so it's got to be something
Yeah,
that
if
really turns the
apathetics
tide here.
if apathetics aren't in the main, they definitely are making their way in now. You know, with how slim Devin is running his deck, you watched him cycle on turn 3. You know he's going to find his passing the torches. You know he's going to find his excited for bloods. And one thing the Kirishima deck does struggle with is when you can just pile card advantage. And when all of your cards say draw a card, it's very tough for that deck to get the advantage it likes to get over you, like you were saying with Hardened Chop and with just Hardened Jab loops and things like that. So I have to imagine if Apathetic wasn't already in the main, it is definitely coming in now. Our Kirishima player is citing a handful of cards, so it looks like it just might be the 4 Apathetics getting slammed in.
Do you think that face down card in a different sleeve is a side deck character? Or do you think that that's just his token marker to split up his side deck and his main deck?
I imagine it's a token marker to split up, but I don't know what character I would rather be than Kirishima on 2 on Earth, right? I don't know if there's an Earth character I really want to be, especially in... Oh, and...
we went fourth kind, okay.
Lying down.
Life, fourth kind.
Interesting. Want to tap down that wall, that massive build.
Kind going first.
You want to be fourth kind going first, alright.
Playing attacks.
Let's see.
Yeah, I mean, we're starting out with a 4-bill. I mean,
Earth, fourth kind, love that.
It's not like a real card, but we did get a 4-bill.
Get to build that one for free.
Oh, baby. That's
very,
what you like to see. Yes, they're kind of all vanillas, but like that means you can play cards, right? That means we are playing attacks. We can do it now. We have the technology. We're not worried about failing our first couple and then throwing the big dunk at the end. But I am curious.
Alright, let's see what kind of build Devin gets out first. You know, let's see what kind of... Because he shot up, right? He went to the moon. Like, he was in deadlock with double passing the torch turn 2. Feeling good.
As someone who's played a lot of fourth kind, can tell you, when you're not slapping speed onto that fourth move, when you're just
yep, we can commit Toga, that's fine.
Speed, it's just, even if it's 50 damage, it's just getting blocked. So, Texas Smash is a big dunk. It's going to come in, but that Texas Smash requires us to have 4 attacks in our card pool. On the Earth symbol, which isn't going to hand sculpt super well. I've tried making other fourth kind symbols work. I've done a lot of fourth kind, probably more fourth kind testing than anyone else in the world, if I had to make a claim there. And
yeah, a fourth kind enthusiast, if you will.
Yeah. I do love my forearm business, man. I really wish I could have sewn some arms onto this this dress shirt today. We could have gotten real weird on the stream, but I would love to see what the game plan is here, because Earth is the one symbol that I have struggled with making work the most.
Yeah, I'm really curious. Like, I wonder if his side deck was a couple of attacks as well, right? Yeah. Like, there had to be some.
Devin kind of letting him get away with a replay there, which is super normal to all of us, but was really weird when
it just feels like
I first,
blocked, but
you know, saw someone get upset at that. It was very weird to me, but.
It's hard for me to justify chop as one that gets damaged.
Order of operations matters. And now with a character like 13, if you're like a 13 player, you can actually get upset, I guess. Still seems like a weird angle shoot.
It's hard. I guess you are preventing your opponent from sculpting, but I think like this.
Faith Shield again because we do not have low blocks.
I do also think that it was a fair... I think after having done a little bit of testing with Kirishima 2 and watching that game...
Hard and chop for half your health is rough.
I have to imagine Toga's up there in the decks I don't want to see flipped... You know, the characters I don't want to see flipped over. So I have to imagine it was just, hey, fourth kind might sneak a win, right? I might just sneak 2 games off. Kirishima's going to struggle against a deck that draws 35 cards on turn 2, you know?
I think it, like, I agree with you entirely, especially with the construction here. I'm assuming this is a 0 apathetic list between main and board, or maybe we just got unlucky and didn't see them, right? But not having apathetic into the life matchup is just a death sentence in general. You don't get to slow them down in any sort of way, right? If he had 1 to 2 apathetics last game, he could have turned off some of that draw and made Toga play a reasonable game.
Got a back alley coming in, gonna build the 0 instead of drawing 1 million cards.
Honestly, just a huge bevy of face downs for the prog lashings to come, I can only imagine.
Got the Toga to get the excited for blood proc.
Lesson in all of the life decks. I know Momo is the one that does it best, but Brad Townsley, one of my kind of semi-local buddies, really put me on a precious lesson Toga right before Orlando, and I almost
we have the mid gonna block with the chop because we're gonna add it back to our hand, but chop is not one of those cards I really want to broadcast. Like, I definitely understand the play.
I really do like seeing
you have enough cards.
Like, value wise, it's a very good play, right? Like, you save yourself 4 life, you know, over the 5. You still burn for 1. They're still gonna get all their triggers.
We certainly have
and you get to breaker 1.
Billion people, right? Like
But at the same time, like, that's not the card I want to broadcast I'm going to hit you with next turn. I don't want you to be able to plan for that card, right? Like, to know for sure you can't take the risk around
could be
it.
pretty good for these decks because we are it represents enough on defense, right? Because release is basically you get 2 foundations out. I didn't think of the offensive application, so I saw what Devin was doing. And well, that's kind of neato.
I bet Togo would be a really cool double jab pummel deck. It'd be a lot of redundancy with draw discard, but like I'm surprised they don't share a symbol.
There was a little bit of shortcutting. The 4th kind blocked with a breaker 1 mid block and picked it up, and Devin was just like, hey, wait, I have to resolve all my triggers. But in the end result was Devin went to 17 and then 18, and then the 4th kind went to 33 and picked up our breaker 1 mid block. So.
Yeah, the commentary's talking about the little bit of shortcutting, and I feel like we need that in our rules. We need, like, some formal shortcutting to prevent people from getting rule sharked by saying, I'm going to take 2 damage in breaker 2. It's, like, a very common thing. It's, like, a very normal order of operations kind of a deal. And, like, I think that should be acceptable. Typically, like, a bunch of fired effects and responses opening up that don't interact with each other, it's always usually fine, but
yeah, so I don't know. I think it's just in general, I think that if you're Devin today, if all of our opponents are flipping over the Earth symbol, we're really excited because we're gonna beat up on the Earth symbol as Toga specifically. You know,
I think we fancy our matchup into most of the life symbol decks as well. The life symbol decks are slow enough that they give Toga that advantage, that time to build up her.
I guess you guys can't really read the chat at all anyway. I'm not really reading it.
Biggest weaknesses are like
the official stream chat's kind of slow. Let me
we can be a little bit in trouble.
zoom this up.
Find base shield better than any character in the game, pretty much. So I think that honestly, the Toga read into how the meta has developed, how it has evolved in the past couple of events is probably a really good call. It's a really good sign to me that people are still
you see the gameplay a bit better,
sticking to their guns despite how the meta is shifting and weaving itself around.
So I don't think 4th kind is getting anywhere near the damage in that they wanted too early. I don't think they're really.
You can deal if the string is there. 18 is not, and I believe we just saw the.
Yeah, I would say this could be the turn. I don't know why we
and once per game.
Huh.
I believe we just.
They did both at the same time, or else that's in. Right?
Yeah.
He only commits 4.
Yeah, I believe we might have had a small.
So very cool sequencing there. It looks like we just fired off the once per game, and we got the stun 2 down, but we still have someone with style to block a late stun attack, and if we can ready this amphibious, we're probably in a good spot.
That's what it looks like to me, because
like when he fires off the once per game, you're in just survival mode, right? Like you're just like, let me just block anything that kills me and like nothing
else. We might have
else.
the string here. We have a ton of foundations.
Texas Smash and a 5-hander that has no card draw seems rough. But that's what happens when you got a sideboard, man. And at this point now, you're just like, let me send everything for as lethal as possible if you fired off that once per game.
It does kind of give you that problem where
yeah, we're just going to start flipping our defensive stuff. We're not blocking with foundations, like, ever. We're not blocking after this ever again.
Slept on cards and kind of all of its symbols, right? But like it does represent the ability to just have
discarding a faith shield. Oh, come on.
We are gesturing that our hand was 5 attacks and a faith shield.
Yeah, as I say.
Devin's gotta block these, man.
If you're Devin, you have to be able to block 2, or else you are gonna.
Oh, that's not a faith shield.
We do know that there is a hardened chop, I want to say, in 4th kind's hand because we did block and pick up with it.
Here comes the world's biggest hardened chop.
And that is not lethal.
I wonder if Phil, if there's a world where our sequence here is Foundation, Haymaker, Chop, Texas.
I forgot about the +4 from 4th kind.
Haymaker, Chop, Texas.
With double
and
type
not exactly easy to block. Well, he also has Harden.
Yeah, he has Harden. So this is for sure going to come in for the life total.
Yeah. So if we don't have a block that we
So
can
it's
pass
currently
that
for
in this game,
16.
so we're looking for. I mean, if we
17. Gonna flip one more, make it 18.
Block here, right? Like we're gonna
It's still not lethal on a partial, but Devin's probably gonna check bad here, just knowing like the way fourth kind games go.
This is something. This is definitely.
It's 4 low with +1 progressive. He's got 2 ready, a +1 low blocks no matter what. Yep, hits the breaker.
One card and survives by the skin of his teeth.
Oh no, I guess a +1 block because it's 4 speed and the progressive. +1 block actually would have failed on 3. Okay.
Very interesting. We used our once per game in that.
And we're down to almost nothing, but we have to backswing pretty soon.
If perhaps if we went Foundation, Haymaker, Chop, Texas Smash, where we could play Texas as the last one, where Chop had to make him discard a card, and perhaps he discards the high block, you know?
Yeah, maybe.
So
he might have just taken the Chop though, right? At that point,
yeah,
because the Chop would not have been near lethal.
Yeah, it'd have been for 7 damage. So
you could have. I mean, he could have juiced it up with Harden, and he could have juiced it up with tight lift and made it like 12.
So like if you open with the Chop, that he knows you have the Chop.
So it's a tough call. It's a tough call to see. Like,
and he takes that.
But you're sitting at a 33 life character.
And he still doesn't have the low.
Jazz hands.
He had the high for Smash, so you can't rely on Smash to win. Man, that's a tough turn. I don't know how you force that in. I think I'm starting with Chop so often now. You could go Raw Texas, Chop, into Haymaker if you had momentum to force the speed through. Make him discard their whole hand, and then get the 4 damage on the stud 2 with bonus speed. But I don't think that Raw Smash into buffed Chop gets him down to 9
and we still have
health. So, especially with Frog Lashing in hand, it's like, without the momentum, you're never really relying on that. Like with +1 mid breakers and stuff, you're like never relying on the mid attack to beat the tight-lipped Frog Lashing deck. I get beat by tight-lip blocks so often, it's so frustrating. I hold tight-lip blocks and I block nothing with them. They never play a mid attack. That
especially with how
the partials are always lethal. I lose to people blocking with a tight-lip all the time. I'm like, yeah, they'd have to have a +1. What's the likelihood they have that? They have 3 tight-lipped in their stage.
He did not save the net for learning standards, right? He did save the net to go, alright, I have to play a non-attack, I'll play capture net.
Alright, we're going to do all of our gaining and all of our drawing.
The Toga life total ping pong. We're going to end at 9 again.
Both times. Yeah. Easy. Never a doubt in our minds. Man, that is interesting. I wonder when he pulls the trigger on that learning standards. When would you pull the trigger on that? Would you wait a little bit deeper into the stream?
I think I'm waiting.
I'm covering my face now.
I'm either waiting for the first attack that you check a 3 on and have
worst streamer of all time.
For, or I am waiting until I die to the next one.
Sure.
Yeah.
I think it's worth waiting for like at least one more attack because then the ready get set go is not an easy pass. If that's their out, or capture net becomes on like an 8 at that.
Actually, the worst.
So you have to wait at least one more. And I think that is probably the correct call for him to not do it so early, so prematurely, just to make sure that your opponent doesn't have like the immediate go.
Yeah. The Shining Flash coming down here. The thing is if I'm Devin here, because we've seen the once per game from this Earth fourth kind deck, I am very much not worried about my defense anymore. I don't have a release, but I think with all these foundations up and these slow punch attacks, right, I feel very comfortable if I hold one of each zone and an extra card for Chop.
Absolutely. He is digging for more cards, and I wonder if that is just because he's like, I'm going to flip all
Toga just doing what Toga does best, Diggy Dug.
Or he's actually trying to find the kill. Like, maybe he doesn't have it. We are using
I wonder who else is streaming around.
Our next card to get -1 difficulty. That's a great call if we're going into lashings. Now that's actually where I would pop the learning the standard.
Right here. Yeah.
Yeah, because it takes up the -1 difficulty because it's next card. It's not next attack. So like you're just like, okay, your non-attack card is easy, but sure.
Yeah. So I wonder. We are gonna get our Toga response to churn one out. Yeah, this looks tough, right? We're one really rough check away. If we play a foundation and play an attack, a rough check there might just...
He has to increase his life total. He should be at 10. He didn't pay life on that to give it speed, and he just used his Toga response the second time, so he should be at 10.
Gotcha. So, we are kind of looking through our hand. I wonder if Devin's kind of run into the same thing that we just talked about, where playing a foundation here and then having to play an attack on a 7 or an 8 and checking bad on that means we might just be done attacking.
Sure.
Passing the torch is on a 3 because of the -1 difficulty. Yeah, we are going to build out here. I think that the fear of the bad check.
Man.
It is the safer call.
It's a rough game. You survived the once per turn, the once per game from fourth kind.
Yeah, I mean, our
dig a
defense looks
million
fantastic.
cards,
Our life total is
can't
only
even put them
wrong,
below
but I
20,
think it shouldn't
and you're
be
still
that
only
bad.
at
It's
9?
the fourth kind draws 5 stats. We
Yikes,
have 5
man.
cards.
I don't know. Like, it's
Especially
still
when we
like
have
far
already
like
passing the torch as well, and
the 7-hander
we're
still has
not
all the
slapping speed on
advantage
the
in a
eight, we're not
world
once
where
per
like
gaming anymore, so.
they're not being assaulted by throws at this point, but
It's
we keep
definitely-
having to faith shield low
it's a little
attacks.
tough for-
We keep having to block them
Jab is
and
one
discard
that can find
cards.
you more
And I feel like that's just going to
attacks
open us
than
up for a different zone now. Like, eventually he's going to hold a low block
assuming we built one
and
of
just
those.
get goosed by a bunch of mids or
It'd be
something.
nice. I mean, if we can string together a 5 or 6 attack string, like, I think that is gonna be good enough to push through. Like, generally, right? Like, he's only got 4 to 5 cards in hand. Passing the torch is gonna be an extra card, but that doesn't mean that they're all perfect blocks. So it is possible that we can squeak one out here as fourth kind. That would be a pretty good comeback story, honestly. A pretty good read from our buddy.
Definitely setting up here. I think the fourth kind sideboard was an interesting choice. I think this matchup's been more competitive than the Kirishima one. I know that in the Kirishima one, we did get Devin down to like 2 or 3 at one point, but like it never felt close. So.
Oh yeah, those were life points that our opponent allowed us to deal.
Yeah.
That was not us dealing damage. That was our opponent allowing us to deal damage. And a nice easy block there with the release trigger.
Man, these guys.
Just
I think play rate might need to be addressed in this game. I know they're talking, like they're conversating, right? Like the card movement, not super
slap damage onto
obvious
foes,
on
and I believe
screen,
we've
right,
seen
for the rate of the play, but
a couple faith shields in the remove from game pile and in the discard already. So if we did have those, that'd be very good ways to sink extra damage.
Alrighty.
Yeah, honestly, drawing the throws could be huge. If you
Can Devin close it
like
out?
A couple of juiced up throws, like that is gonna be GG. I have not seen a single wall cling. We've already used a faith shield.
The real question is who gets punished by deadlock more?
Discard pile.
Like, does the fourth kind deck, was the Earth Kirishima, you know, sitting on the pull no punches, which is a pretty solid deadlock answer?
I look forward to it.
Do we have any way to activate observant students deadlock? Like, what are the deadlock cards in this matchup?
Yeah, I am a big proponent of body language, and our fourth kind opponent, our body language has shifted a little bit. We seem to kind of be hand down. We were holding our hand up, kind of thing. So I'm curious if we're kind of resigned to the card advantage that is Toga, just like, hey, I have a feeling you're going to deal 25 to me this turn, even if I block 3 times.
This Toga deck seems way cooler than I thought it would be, but it's also like way like I hate using passing the torch to draw one card, and that seems to be like the life deck's main like autopilot level 0 game plan, like level 1. You know, this is generally just not a bad play to just play a card, draw a card, right? And really, it shouldn't be. E-commit to just draw one card should be kind of nuts. It's hard to wrap my head around planning to do that.
Yeah, that is one of the things that I've been kind of shouting from the rooftops
good
about
cat.
fourth kind in this format is blocking frog lashing 2 times in 1 turn is some of the best defense you could be playing in this format. And he does that
We
very
love
well,
the
right?
cats.
It doesn't matter the symbol. On Earth, you have Haymaker. You have Hardened Jab as a +1 high.
I was afraid
Yeah,
that setting up my green screen and all the lights and everything would
We're gonna kind of
spook my poor little cat off while he's trying to just
No
rest in
Exciter
her
for Blood
cover.
means that we're gonna see 2
He's
extra
chilling.
cards this turn with Toga, but we're not gonna see the extreme
He's
value
big
into what we've
chilling.
seen on every other turn of the game.
Yeah, he had to draw 2 with committing cards this time.
Yeah, we had to do
What a
the fair
shame.
thing. Yeah.
I think that Devin did
Cats
play
are
that
so
around
cool,
smart,
man.
too. He immediately built in the self-sacrifice to get around the forcing surrender. So he just has that extra damage pump as opposed to, you know, combo enhance and your opponent forcing surrender to get rid of the foundation out of your card pool. And you're like, I've goofed up. I've made an error. Okay, we are half blocking this tiny baby move.
There's an impact cyclone that we checked. We hadn't seen that one yet either. That's another childhood friends cards for both.
Alright, we get the partial, and then we
Yeah,
flip.
right,
I
and
don't hate that
too,
play at
so-
all. I kind of hate that we're doing it to a gravity capture, but 3 health is 3 health. It doesn't... Like, I'm mad that we blocked, not that we flipped the super regen, right? Like, so...
That is a neat card. That
If we don't think they're going super deep, it probably doesn't matter. I don't think we've seen too many mid attacks, right? It's just like the back alley haymakers.
It's
So...
a really strong play because it does represent a lot of damage late game. Like, if you can catch your opponent anywhere, it is a very big attack.
Yeah. So we did sink in just a little bit. We super regeneration that life back.
Huh. I just thought of a weird
Another
concept
game
for a
plan here
Mount
that we
Lady
talked
deck.
about the cycle in game
I
one.
saw
I
childhood
thought
friends and I
that
was thinking you can play back
but
alley haymaker,
34
get a
is lot
momentum with
field,
Mount
and maybe our
Lady.
game plan was
Or not back alley haymaker. You could play
We are
naval
going
laser
the double net,
beam.
double
Get the
net
momentum with Mount
issue
Lady.
over here. We are
And then
committed
unflip
to
childhood
building
friends
this card.
every
We're
turn.
committed to
But
making
then I
sure
realized you can't pick up naval laser beam because it
even more
doesn't. I
draw
thought it had
power
back
gain,
alley
even
haymaker
more,
symbols.
like,
It's a shame.
This is shaking up to be like a really strong turn, assuming the other cards in our hand are ones that actually do damage. And if we flip that release, yeah, he flips the release. That tells me we have got some gas. Yeah, that tells me we've got some gas.
Oh, wait a
Precious
second.
plus this-
You can first form with Momo 2, put childhood friends
flipping
down,
Excited for Blood Even. These are going to be some
Play
very, very
a-
scary frog lashes.
you know, attack that shares 2 symbols with it.
Yeah, we were definitely posturing that we drew all the
And then you'd have
lashes
to
again
flip it
building
and
down that
jab
excited
it
for blood. We were
back.
talking
No.
about how we had to do the fair thing.
There's something
Better
there
cards
with
with some
childhood
cards, not to
friends,
do that
man.
anymore.
We're gonna figure it out.
We drew
Yeah.
the unfair
We're gonna
thing
figure
off
childhood
the fair
friends
thing.
out.
We are sitting
That's our next
here
card to break.
hoping our
I'm
opponent
glad I
is
watched
held
this
enough
match just for
block
that
to
random
stop us.
blurb on the screen.
The fourth kind is kind of. I do not love it. I do not love it. Maybe we
Yeah.
only have mid blocks though.
If we're on mono mids here, we may have just signaled, hey, maybe that was our only attack to block with. And we were just like, hey, we might have an it can't be fixed or, you know, another high block, a hardened to block with.
Sure.
So childhood
But
does
no,
share
you
2
have
symbols
to
with
take
naval
them.
laser
You
beam.
gotta use them. Right?
So who's the character that gets
You can't
momentum on
take
those
them with you the
symbols?
next round.
And here come the
Oh, here comes lashings. The game's
They
over.
are going to keep coming. The lashings will continue
Uh-oh.
until morale improves, Phil.
Well, we get to ready 2 with
Absolutely.
lashing and then
This
blow it
is-
up with sacrifice.
I mean, this is the strengths of the Toga deck, and particularly this brand of Toga, where you just get to continuously bombard your opponent with very, very big moves. Like
Yep, flip
we haven't seen him play
passing,
it, but Cannon Blast is also
sack one of them.
Just an absolutely huge amount of damage.
Ooh,
And honestly, like our opponents helped us out a little bit by blocking our
for
previous
15
by giving us
again.
more speed. So we are okay. We're going back to the mid block tank. So we certainly don't have very many high blocks. It appears.
Yeah, and we also mid-blocked the low attack, so you and I could be getting, you know, we've gotten tricked by these players.
All right, we
already.
take half,
Maybe-
but that one
maybe
was a
we're
chunker.
setting up the bait here. That last card. In the
Oh,
They're
game.
not
yeah.
fast enough though. If he has another +1 mid block or +2 mid block, he blocks a 5 speed attack. 3, 4, 5,
It's
6,
checking
7.
Very bad.
He's got 2 in the pool, so it's 5, 6, 7. You block with a +2 on a 9. Gotta check the 5. Oh, we get to clear one. All right. So
this is hopefully a high block for our sake, but admittedly, if it's not, I think we're still in a very, very good position as the board kind player.
we're flipping everything. We're
now.
destroying everything with self-sacrifice.
Untapping 2, those were not cheap moves to play, right?
Yeah.
These are getting expensive.
Ooh. Oh, Diabolic says I'm using childhood friends in my final exam gut punch deck. I've seen that around a bit. I have a friend who made an Endeavor deck that was using it with Trey Sheik to unflip it. And it was a pretty tough deck to get through. I was testing Fourth Kind at the time, and I could not beat it. Fourth Kind was just too slow. Every 7-hander beat it, though. But that was specifically like a 6-attack Endeavor deck, so... It was using Gut Shot, Hardened Jab, and I think Naval Laser Beam. I don't even think it had... It might have had one low block Earth Attack, right? Like, just to pick up with the response. But yeah, it was like all in on just wait until you can play 2 Gut Shots, or wait until you can pick it up with childhood friends only. Like, you know, never play it just by itself usually. Oh, Gut Shot's the low block. That's right, Gut Shot is low. Oh, what's up? I see what you did there is back in chat. Yeah, we're watching Toga just scoop up an Earth deck real quick.
I mean, he played some very good lines.
Yeah, the Gut Shot Mill deck has been super interesting to me, but like people are talking about using Mezzo Shoji to pay for life every turn for it. And it's very blockable, very telegraphed, right? I think the way to go about it is absolutely just childhood friends. Just because like those are like the defensive symbol for it, right? Is like the Earth is the best defensive symbol for it.
It was the absolute best way to start the day. That was perfect. It was just a little meeting of the mind.
Oh, Florida summer humidity is pretty rough.
Just thrown.
I liked it, but I didn't spend that much time in it. You know, all the humidity I was privy to was like car to store, like, you know, in the car, in the grocery store, in the car, in the B&B, in the car, into the airport. So, funny enough, I didn't really deal with it except the Monday night. I flew back Monday night. So Sunday night to Monday, I ended up staying with one of my father's old friends, you know, like someone who knew me when I was a baby. And in his house, he left the screen door just like open. He left like windows, screen door open, and he had the air conditioner running too at the same time. It was kind of weird, but like his whole house was like humid. Like it was like he didn't want to go from humidity to inside, and like he just stayed adjusted to the humidity. It was kind of wild. Like it was actually just like a different strategy. Like instead of having to readjust to humidity each time, he just made his house as humid as outside was. But he's like a Florida native. He's been there like 50, 60 years, so that was kind of wild. Yeah, the air conditioning part was weird to me. He didn't have the air running a lot, but the air with the doors open was kind of wild to me. I think it was, you know, I don't think it was like a thermostat kind of a thing. I think it was just like a window swamp cooler deal. So like, it's really, you know, it's really only using it as long as you keep it turned on. But it was very strange. But it was, the humidity I preferred. Like it was not so bad being in Orlando as it was being in Vegas, but when I was in Vegas, I had to walk twice as far from the venue to a 7-Eleven. So, you know, I might not have just spent that much time outside in it. I have a Nezu build with Gut Shot too. Yeah, Nezu, that's one of the things I first thought of, was Nezu with Gut Shot on the all symbol. But then I'm playing the all symbol. It's rough. I think Eraserhead has a good Gut Shot deck out there. It's just way more honest than most. Bro, why were you outside for 10
I will
hours?
say during Chris's provisional run,
That's
we
rough.
did watch him run through a couple
I hope it
houses.
wasn't during the day at least. That's pretty
Also
hardcore.
playing Asui, near the end of the
Oh,
run,
Disney.
Taka.
Man, I hope you had fun. I hope you enjoyed Disney at least. You get the happiest place on earth vacation.
Chance, right? Like I think he is a veteran of this deck. He's seen the matchup several times. He's, I'm sure, very, very familiar. And
I'm super jaded when it comes to Disney. I don't know if I should like make it the stream story, but like when it comes to Disney World in Orlando, Florida, I'm like the most spoiled person. My mom used to work for Disney, and my dad used to do shuttles to and from and stuff like that. And so I've probably told you this story, but for anyone who's watching like on YouTube later or whatever, when I was growing up, occasionally, not all the time, but like once a month or something, you know, my mom would get tickets to Disney, and she'd give them to my uncle, and he would babysit my sister and I at Disney World.
she can't necessarily go as
Yeah, Disney parks are, you know, if you're somebody who's like nostalgic, if you just like love to be there, like it's for them. If you're like an adult who's like focused on other stuff, who's trying to be entertained, not just the atmosphere, it's probably, yeah. Like the hardcore fans are children at heart. They want to tap into that. It's like a full nostalgia thing, I think. For me, because I used to be babysit at Disney, it's just like another thing, right? Like it's just like I was there too often, and then I would do all the rides, and I'm not like a ride guy. Like I wasn't like an amusement park ride guy. Neither was my uncle. Neither was my sister, really. So we didn't like enjoy going on them a ton. You know, we didn't like buy a bunch of stuff because you're there too often. It's not like a vacation where you're getting like all these souvenirs. It's just another day where everyone's trying not to spend money. You know, my parents are my uncle's babysitting us at Disney World to save money. So it wasn't like a vacation thing. And by the time I was like 6 or 7 years old, I wanted to just go to Epcot and play Sega Genesis because I had a Nintendo 64, but I didn't have a Sega Genesis as a kid. So like roughly half my time spent at Disney World parks as a kid probably was spent playing hockey games and Sonic games at Epcot. And like I just have like almost no aspiration to go to a Disney park for any reason.
it does make it a little bit more difficult, especially if the Oswego is running a high attack count checks poorly, right?
You know, like my Disney trips are not like me and my friends going and hanging out and having fun. You know, my Disney trips are like me going hours into Orange County to, I think it's Orange County, it's Osceola or Orange. We lived in Osceola, but it's like, you know, us driving for hours to go to a place I've been before, to do stuff I've done before, to not buy anything or get anything, like no souvenirs, no toys, you know.
I think that you are correct. The only other line I can see is having the passive against Reading, but that does still.
I do know people who love it. It's their favorite thing in the world. They can't live without Disney. I know people who like were actually going to crack under the stress of not being able to go to their yearly Disney trip throughout COVID. You know, it's definitely a big thing for a lot of people. Outside of taking my kids so they can experience, I have zero interest in theme parks. Yeah, and that's how they get you, right? You have 2 kids and you got to pay for the 2 adults, so you got to buy 4 tickets. You know, you got to let the kids do everything. And that's like, you know, my mom loves Disney. My sister loves Disney. My sister still wanted to do all the rides and stuff. She still wanted to go do everything. They still go. My sister still goes regularly. She goes obviously to the one in California because we live in Nevada now. So she, like my sister would like take other people's kids. You know, like my sister would go like with her friends and their kids. And it's like, oh, it's for the kids. And I'm like, they're not yours though. You don't have to go. But she was find any reason to go to Disney. I think she's going to go pretty soon again, too. 6 kids? No, I won't try that. Never. I will never try that. That is a lot of kids. Oh my goodness. How do you keep track of 6 kids at Disney World? Hopefully some of them are old enough to take care of the other kids. Like once they're far enough in age, you know, you get like your kids to babysit your other kids.
This is a play we watched Chris make during the provisional run where he was blocking with punches, putting them in his momentum against Asui, and basically saying, "You kill me this turn, or I am one-shotting you."
Yeah, and I love it. I think that is really what we have to do, right? Obviously, Chris would have loved a huge.
I haven't even paid any attention to this match, but it looks like Daniel is not drawing very well and not drawing super well, but still managing to do bullshit. We're still bullshitting all over this turn.
What a card that frog kick is.
We've played possibly like the worst offensive threats in our deck so far, and our opponent is at 13. We have actually played, like, statistically, maybe the worst attacks in the deck, right? Like, Tongue Smack swings in for 6 damage. Crow and Frog is, like Tongue Smack is usually a 6/6. Crow and Frog's usually a 4/5. Frog Kick's usually a 2/5. Like, everything else is bigger.
This Amphibious is going to act like 4 foundations on this turn.
True, shit-talking Disney parks is more interesting. It's just, the stream's just on in the background so we can tell stories about how shitty childhood was, right?
So I do appreciate that he is keeping those separate for us.
Is this man? Yep. He's gonna play more. We're doing more.
And we are going to see.
Oh man, it's such a tough decision. Do I commit this face down or that face down? Oh fuck. It doesn't matter because I can ready them no matter what. Yep, we're gonna torch. Do we get to ready it? I don't think we get to ready it. I assume.
We're just drawing more cards and doing a lot of crazy stuff. Well, you'll love to see it. You just love to see it.
Okay, so you have like one adult who can like help you with the rest of the children at least. That's like the first step. Get the free babysitting. That's the first step.
+1 high means we have to check a 6 to not die here.
Oh, we have the high block. But we're Asui who drew 9 cards. Yeah, he just scoots. He's just like, fuck it, bro, show it to me. You can't fail. Zero failure. That's my actual issue with cards like Amphibious and Frog Lashing. And there's still some of it in the game, and you're naturally gonna, you know, use effects to do this, to achieve this place. So it's fine that it exists in some form. But when you take no risk on offense, when you play attacks and you know what you're going to check and you know how to fix the check and you know how to undo the bad checks, you know, if you can do that for like 3+ attacks, you know, and you didn't just draw like the same attack, I guess, in multiples, right? But like, if your deck can effectively do that like 3+ times, like you're trivializing so much of the game at that point, you know, so much of what makes the game great, I guess. You know, like other games where you get to do that, typically you're on like a turn where an aggro deck is no longer relevant. You know, if you're at the point where you're able to resolve effects that make like the next draws you play irrelevant, you know, or like the next, I don't know, resources you need to use completely irrelevant, like usually you are a slow control deck that had to trade off every possible resource just to survive to this point. You know, you had to have a 6 sideboard for game 2 to get to that point. And this is like the aggro deck that is doing it. You know, this is the deck that needs to have its great like opening hand also just doing it too. Because there's plenty of card games where red deck wins, right? Like there's plenty of card games where you can just bust out early game strategies and say, I'm not going to interact with you, and you can do your best to interact with me, but it'll be over before you can, and that's fine as long as the other people get chances to trade off those resources. Yeah, Order's gonna draw 8 bazillion cards. I don't know if you were here earlier, Diabolic. I was actually fishbowling an Order Denki deck that plays Future Charge, which is hilarious, but maybe not that bad because we're at a point now where people are choosing to play decks that aren't just gonna fweem you on turn 2 very often. Like, you look at the top cuts, like, Dobby kind of has to, like, chunk you down. I don't think it was turn 2ing too many people. Cementos is made top, and those decks typically just want to build out a lot and then let you attack first, or just get, like, some good pokes in. And now I'm at the point where I'm like, I want to play Future Charge, Recipro Extend, build 5 pass, and hold 4 cards in hand, you know? Playing Future Charge in the Momo deck was so weird. Like, I've talked about it a lot, but like, using Passing the Torch on my turn to just draw 1 card feels wrong. It's probably correct more often than it is to draw 2 cards when you're at 0. Just because typically you'd have to be like on your opponent's turn and like deep into a turn, and then you're drawing random cards off the top. But I'm like so ingrained in my head to get to that point for maximum value that I never think to just draw the card and have better information with how to sculpt and build for next turn. So like, that was really cool, but it's killed my brain because now without Amphibious on the air symbol and without Unwavering Slash on the air symbol, and you know, without the asset tutoring for the all symbol, I'm looking so heavily at Passing the Torch symbols. Like, just no other symbol has anything quite like it. Reusable, just draw 1. It's on the symbol that builds so easily, like the life symbol just builds so easily. The good symbol has all the really good stun hate, so you can afford to like commit stuff and be a little greedy. And it has Back Alley Haymaker on that symbol, so like you're already kind of just plussing. 24 cards that drew cards for free? Let me think. Gran Torino. So the good symbol's the most likely. So Back Alley, Future Charge, Passing the Torch. I'm going to say Destined, but I don't think that's it. Maybe Air. Maybe you had Ready, Get, Set, Go. Air also has some decent draw cards, but not usually for free. So let's see, 4, 8, 12. I'm missing 3 other draw cards. If it's Void, you have Calling for backup to split one of those. What other... Huh. Man. Grand Turn with the Order symbol would probably be pretty sick. Leaping Right Hook. Okay, that's the one. Yep. Someone was looking at that earlier. I think Bromley tried to put that in a Momo deck earlier, and I was like, bro, it probably draws you the card every time as like a 5 high for 1 or whatever it is, 5 high for 2, but it has the option for them to just block. And like, you're so often just throwing out the blank ass attack, like. Oh yeah, Wavering Slash was legal. That's right. We were just talking about how that card draws. Come on. Hey, Fuzzy Cat. You feeling better, bud? You feeling any better?
It's crazy because all my 3 I know, like,
his beans are real pink.
Talked about how he was just a standard, he was like a character builder.
Yeah, I when I played Denki, I almost cycled most games, but I never actually cycled. But all of it was just from drawing cards. It was 100% just from drawing cards, like Latent Skill, discard draw, Unwavering Slash, discard draw, Destined for Mainstream takes 1 off the top a lot. I almost never did a blank, like a blind Destined for Mainstream. It was pretty sick. Alright, so now we get to actually start the game. It's turn 3 here. All Might had the old triple build out, and Asui is now on the double build into Crow and Frog. We're going to block the Crow and Frog, even though it's not a Frog Lashing. I don't know about that one. And then we're just going to zip... Oh, it's going to load. I was going to zip forward to the end, but I don't know if Daniel actually wins this game. We're still on fucking Crow and Frogs. Unbelievable.
That's
Here we
the
go.
doomsday scenario. This could check 8.
I think we're on Chris's attack turn. Did Dan?
That is the mode that we're going for.
Okay, yeah, we're just poke extending.
There's options. There's options for sure.
All Might 3 is super weird.
We have some
You get to build a lot to actually
And
pop stuff with self-sacrifice and then sit on the You're So Obvious.
Save us 6 damage.
I wonder if Chris is playing Planning Ahead
We do have
still.
a You're So Obvious, so if they
Planning Ahead seems okay into this Asui once you've scoped out enough low attacks.
So
Or now you just call low every time, right?
yeah,
Now you're
I
just
know
like,
that-
whatever,
I
I'll
will
block
say that
the high attacks that Asui has and just call low.
I know that card has been very contentious amongst
I ended every one of my turns with at least 5 cards in my hand, but I still couldn't defend on the back. So, yep. That's why the life symbol beats the order symbol, and that's why the good symbol is like in between the two. Because life has the best defense, good has pretty good defense, and it's like very specifically good against stun, and like You're So Obvious having like resets. Good has like weirdly good offense into certain things, but not like blanket like overpoweringly good offense. And then order is just like order and air are just rough. You know, the good symbol has like decent defense, but it's usually good against defending against specific things, like one big attack or flash attacks. It's particularly good against somehow, and it has like all this damage reduction, right? Like resistance gives you stun hate. It can't be fixed. Like it has like this weird redundancy. But its block mods are reliant on the starter deck cards, like Self-Sack and Bonds of Friendship. And then its attack lineups, you know, the blocks aren't the best. Usually you get alright with Breaker, though. You get an alright Breaker and a Chop if you can play it. It's a shame Chop isn't a Torino keyword. He'd actually be a real as fuck deck. If Torino said Punch instead of Charge or Fury, one of the two, you could trade either one of those for Punch, he'd actually be insane. I can say that. If he could actually just put Texas Smash down and then play another attack and then pick up Texas Smash, like stuff like that. Like he could actually put some damage out.
Yeah, we also just could be worried that.
I have seen some sick Torinos out there. I want to try one.
You know, Texas smashed us, and we're just trying to find high blocks.
Yeah, play every Texas Smash.
Yeah, I don't think they've checked any Texases, and I think that setup strike is going to hit here because it's got a lot of speed tacked onto it. So
Let's see if
Good start.
here's Chop.
you know Chris Smith is the Frog Slayer himself already. Anyways,
Gonna carry some damage.
you know they were able to take down a Frog in Grand Finals. Frog was not checking super hot, not drawing the nuttiest.
Yeah.
When that was pre-super laser focused Asui, so
Chop gets his newest small number.
it'll be interesting to see how it gets navigated here. Chop pretty nasty. Fast Chop still nasty, but not really what I'm afraid of. Like the speed isn't what I'm super afraid of.
I want to know though, Andrew, what is your opinion on
I think if Chris just has like the backup attacks, I think we're in there.
opinion that this seems like just an anti-Sinner card. It feels a little bad.
So just because because of Texas Smash and specifically
Pop
because
for
of
the
Texas
self-sack.
Smash,
I
don't
think this gets
because
blocked
Texas Smash
anyway.
damage so well on itself. I do like the fact that with Hardened Shock we get to go. This one gets 3 damage.
Are you in 2-3-2 with Torino?
You know, I'm gonna like slam the Texas Smashes on you. That's my state on it. The little bit of All Might 3 play I did in set. one,
Yep, gonna block out, discard our +3 shitty ass mid block.
And here comes Texas Smash, like we were talking about.
And here comes Tejas Smash.
Recheck from our
So, depending on your block zone,
to its name.
you might not have to block this one.
This is though
Because this will come in for 8, most likely. He might put the speed, but I don't think so. And it's really going to come down to what is your block zone, because you don't want to partial this, but you don't want to partial the next one too. So
We know it can't be Frog Kick because we've hit all of those. It might be a Bonds of Friendship if we're looking at someone with style. We're looking at our high blocks because the Asui deck, Excited for Blood, another high block.
yeah, flipping ready everything. Dan's not scooping it up yet. He did put the speed on it because it's not lethal either way. So
Certainly
pretty good sequencing, right? Like recognizing that even if we self-sack and put the 1 damage on it, that doesn't really change the math too much. Depending on what's next, right? We're ditching the card from our hand to pump up the next one anyway.
It's not gonna kill you. Do you just have to let this one hit you? Because if there's enough, if you block this one, and
Yeah,
there's
this one's not lethal. Yeah.
So you had 2 ties. What were your 2 ties? Who tied a Gran Torino? That's what I'm interested in. Oh, we got the Smash train. We got the Texas train. We got the no high block and Asui train.
He doesn't have it.
Yeah, it's a
that
mid block.
The tongue thing? What does
that's
that
the
do?
20-meter strike. If your character is committed, you
Why would he show him the 20-meter tongue strike? That's like a sick new tech. That's like a new sideboard tech. I wouldn't show him that.
One of the Asuis who did.
I would not reveal that I'm playing a spicy new attack, right?
Once I listened and like kind of talked to them, I understood why. It's so that you
Hiroshima 2 and Toga. Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. Kirishima can replace the card in his hand, and Toga ends her turn with 5 cards in hand. That makes sense. I could see that.
You're so obvious to stop your last shoot from getting reset. So.
What a card. That is
Do you play encouragement in your Gran Torino deck? Was it air or was it good? I should ask that because Unwavering had 2 symbols. And you said leaping right hook, so it's good. It's a good symbol deck. It's leaping right hook.
Have that in their sideboard for you're so obvious.
I've been wanting to try encouragement in Torino because it's like it leaves either way, right? You get to maximize your value off Nitro XR, but I don't know what to use that momentum on.
In this situation, like if we are all
But I definitely think I want to try Air Torino personally, especially now that Unwavering is no longer a cantrip on its symbols. But having Future Charge, Leaping Right Hook, and Back Alley Haymaker sounds like a real deck now.
very, very, very easily. Like it's not out of the question at all.
I'm just crossing my fingers that Dan's turn 1 looks like his turn 1 of game 1. I know we lost that game, but we also got a little bit unlucky with our checks in that game. Chris has not had the greatest variance in these 2 games. I think I'm just hoping that turn 1 is no amphibious, no card draw. So that on turn, so I can live through turn 2.
Like he gets a safe 4 build, but it's not the ones he needs. It's like
It's like training partner, tight lip, babies, and like a summoner style, right?
Yeah.
So we're going into game 3. Asui gets to go first. I'm going to do a quick little joke. I'm going to do something really funny for you guys. I'm going to go get a drink. I'm going to go downstairs. I'm probably going to use the restroom real quick, and I'm going to grab a drink. I'm going to spend hopefully like 4 or 5 minutes. When I come back, I want to see Christmas health total. I want to see if 30 health is enough to just not get Dan to attack. So I'm going to do a funny little joke. Might edit it for YouTube. I'll be right back. But I want to see how this plays out.
That's the opposite of what we wanted.
Okay. We at least don't get the 5 build, but this is, if we're going to kill him on 4 foundations, this is probably the best one.
Yeah, these are the 4 we wanted. That's for sure. Man, that's not what you want to see. You don't want to see that at all. You hate to see that in fact.
Here's a Taiyaki, which is, can cancel an amphibious, but
I don't even know if that value is like there, right?
yeah.
Trade there. Because if you negate it, it still can ready itself, I'm pretty sure. No,
I think we've got to commit character for this. We can't afford to.
Oh no. That's
And Dan drawing up here. We reviewed a foundation. And we're gonna start with Crow and Frog. Check a 6 this time.
We didn't check a third this time.
And this one, I will say, this board doesn't get to do as cool the things with Crow and Frog as we have seen Dan do. Right? We're not gonna get to draw cards and stuff. We are already starting the floating train.
This is a raw Crow and Frog, besides the fact that we can use Asui to give it 2 speed. Okay, we didn't even need to do that, I guess.
Yeah. I think we might have a second Crow and Frog, and we're trying to save the ready on Asui just in case we
Just in case, sure.
Yeah.
Interesting.
And here comes Crow and Frog number 2. 3. imagine the defense here is for Chris is I have 30 health. That's our defense right now.
Yeah,
like
that's what
we do get to block one or two, right? With specialists, we might get to block two, but I think we're readying that excited for love with Crow and Frog. We're doing more floating around my baby's tricks. That's that card. I know I was talking with Kevin Broberg at Gen Con, and we were sort of talking about what cards we felt like really helped this deck grind, and it's that like what helps this deck be what it is. And yeah, you know your amphibiouses and your frog lashings and your frog kicks, but
it was a 9 damage poke turn. We do survive the turn 2. I don't think we have a favorable counter turn 2 position, to say the least. But
especially with 3 cards in hand, every card.
So obvious, it seems a little suspect. But I guess if we're gonna go for it, we're going for the gusto, right? Like this is how we got to do it.
Take a Pixies. We get to build that down if we want to pick up the Destined, or we get to draw it with All Might. We're gonna draw it with All Might, yeah.
Yeah, you can draw it with All Might, then pick up, then ready, and then you're sitting pretty good there, honestly. This is I mean, maybe we got some juice. Maybe we got some good ones, huh?
Yeah.
I don't know what it takes to be the good ones here, but I can see there being a world where he gets this way.
Yeah,
Just a bunch of really fast 5 damage moves. I mean, eventually get there.
Yeah, it's gonna be tough. It's gonna be tough. I have to imagine. I have to imagine we're blocking some amount this turn.
Still 3 damage though.
Yep.
And we're down a frog kick. We're out a high block. I mean that.
Oh, okay. Not too bad. Chris got some turns. Okay.
Checking it out.
Yeah, Chris seems to have a pretty good build against Frog, man. Chris Smith, he's got the sauce. Like, whatever he's doing, whatever he's doing against Frappies, it's working for the most part.
We're playing the fun All Might mini game where we have a way to draw cards.
I did think it'd be really funny if I came back and they were just scooping it up. But we did not get that one.
Yeah. He goes, all right, free speed. There's no reason for him to not do that, right? Because you can kick off the frog kick, you can win passing the torch.
Yeah, I'm reading the chat. Bromley's talking about the old, I don't get to start... I don't get to start blocking until their turn actually starts. Because they opened with double Crow and Frog. That's rough. That was always my issue with like the ultra compressed weights and stuff, and like half the answers where it's like, okay, well the first one didn't count towards progressive anyway, and they don't kick that one usually, but now they have a card that they can kick for amphibious if they had to pivot anyway, and like it's neat, but it's still way too good. It's neat, but it specifically gets around certain things. Yeah, we're valuing this life total a lot here.
Now here's where it gets tough, right? Like this is.
No, it's almost 8 o'clock already. Not bad, not bad.
Yeah, so how far do we go?
I guess it's like 11 o'clock for East Coasters. We got any East Coast people in the chat staying up late?
Damage versus matter.
It becomes a 6 damage move with All Might if we want.
No way. Diabolic says, I've known Chris Smith and Corey Hicks since we were kids. No way. The second place, Corey Hicks. The Corey motherfucking Hicks.
Do you think Chris's hand just wasn't able to
First
go, or do you
UFS World Championship Grand Finals I ever watched was Corey Hicks and Garrett Brett. That shit was a trip. That was a weird night. That was a wild night. I wonder if I can actually find footage from that night. I feel like there was cameras. I'm sure I think it got uploaded somewhere. I want to find the footage of the store that night where it's like totally dark. Like 10 people, maybe 15, like tons of people in there, like, you know, like Jason's friends from out of town, and then like a bunch of Vegas locals mostly. you feeling any better?
We can dance around with.
You want to go downstairs, Mo?
Maybe Dan doesn't draw absolutely all
Buddy?
games. Oh, the tongue smack.
What's
All
up,
right.
bud?
Gaming out of our minds.
This is the block.
Oh, I might have to let my cat out in a second.
One sound wave a second, maybe block it, but and here's Crow and Frog again.
Yeah.
Like I said,
Top Cuts finished at AGP, a Gamer's Paradise. It used to be like the local for Vegas. It was where I learned to play the game. It's where I found out about the game. Oh, let me let my cat out. Here you go, bud. Go say hi to Mama. Go say hi to Mama, Monk. She's worried about you.
Only 2 frog lashes.
Oh, yeah, that's not good.
Maybe should.
Be careful on the
I
stairs,
think
bud.
Chris said it might have said if you have 2 lashings, you win.
All right. Oh, I didn't give him a treat. I forgot to give the cat I brought the treats up here. I totally forgot.
We'll see if you have fucking Chris doesn't lash top of the snapshot. 2 of Chris picks all his cards up, then we would flip. But I think like what a weird one, because if my opponent's like if you have 2 lashings, you win. I would just show them my 7 attacks and be like, does this kill you?
Yeah. What about this?
Yeah, what about these? Like, if that's what the actual like conversation was, then I would just simply show them the cards.
I'm not quite sure. Like I said, we can't hear the players, so it does look tough here. I do not envy Chris Smith's position in this situation, because this is not the board state I would want to be in again at this current point.
And fail box. Well, worst case scenario, we put a card out of our hand, right?
Yeah, and we're gonna see an extra card draw here from the Excited for Blood. I showed
There we
the
go.
second last year,
All right.
So I don't know if that was the actual discussion.
Yeah, poor cat. He came home this morning. I think he got into a scrap. He's limping a little bit. It's not the worst, but he's having a rough time with it. So hopefully he just gets some rest. Feels better in the morning.
For sure. So,
But
it's not over till the fat lady sings. But
O'Fallon, Illinois. Damn, that's crazy. Still playing card games together. What, 30 years later?
Drawing does make it a little bit.
Yeah. The finals that Corey made it to was Dimitri versus Jiffany Jamber. Like hard control pretty much on both sides. And like it was taking so long to go through Top Cuts, the convention ended, the hall at Planet Hollywood had to close. And my ass went home. I was depressed. It was my first tournament. We ended up getting 3rd place in teams. We lost to Kevin Broberg's team twice. It was Kevin, Devin Bernier, who we just saw if you were here for the first match I was watching. Round 1, the Swiss toga player was Devin Bernier, Kaz Simon, and they played against the Kirishima, who swapped into 4th kind. And then ATL Piglet, Matt Turner. They played, so we lost to them, and I went home and I took a nap. I took a nap. I think when they started game 1 or something, they were I think they had it streaming. I want to say it was streaming.
it's gonna be rough here.
Yeah, didn't Brett Hellman just get decimated in the game they played? And I know Emerson and our team, the Hunt is on, got fucking just rolled by Devin's Psyche deck. It was a 7-hander versus 7-hander. And I want to say with no certainty that Devin killed him turn 1. I think Devin killed him turn 1. I think Emerson built 6 foundations and half blocked an attack that got played at him, and then just took 16 damage from everything else. Yeah, we fucked up pairings too, really bad. I literally did not understand the matchup at all. I think we won the die roll and fucked up the pairing because we paired The first time I think we paired Pharaoh Man into Psyche or something because Emerson liked his 7-hander matchup way better than 5-handers, and like Athena was just like, he was afraid of an attack that wasn't even there, right? Like the first time I was like, I can handle Psycho Medleys. I don't give a shit about Psycho Medleys, right? Like Dust in the Wind exists. Like, I'm Dimitri with Dust in the Wind, and I'm thinking it's like Railgun Athena. I'm like, I have Templars, I can deal with that. I have, whatever. And I think we paired Pharaoh Man into Psyche, and that match didn't go well the first time. And the second time I talked to you specifically about it, and you were like, bro, just flip the DeForesters and then she can't go crazy. And I never even thought about flipping DeForester the first time. I was flipping Cot red-handed because I didn't want my Templar canceled, because I needed to keep up with the amount of attacks that was being played. So I was flipping Cot red-handed. I wasn't flipping DeForester. I don't even know if he got the DeForester down the first time I played him, or if I didn't flip it with something else. But that was my plan. That was the first time I was so confused. I'm like, I genuinely don't know what to flip because everything is like a cancel, or fucks with my board pretty much from the symbol. And when you told me to flip DeForester, I felt really good about it, but then I punted anyway because I was like, well, he's got to have throw hate and a high block. And I played Kersplat into a throw, and he had I think he had 2 cards in hand. I'm like, it has to be high block and throw hate. And the problem is twofold. One is that deck drew its entire deck. He had just cycled. So with the amount of card draw and the fact that he just cycled, and the fact that I do not see, I could have checked, and I don't know if I remember, but I think I could have checked and seen Leaf Shield, the throw hate at the time, not in his discard pile. Then he cycles, and it's not anywhere in his deck, so I would know it's in his hand. And I'm thinking okay, well, it's got to be high block too. So I play Kersplat, and he blocks with Leaf Shield on the Kersplat. And I'm like, oh shit, we're in there, boys. We got to throw that ignores progressive difficulty. But the Breaker 1 from Leaf Shield combined with checking a Dark Side Master means I actually just get 2-0'd because I still fail to play the throw anyway. And that's how I got eliminated from Top Cuts. Was making the right call on the block zones, losing to the Breaker anyway. In the Top Cuts, we paired Dimitri into Athena. And Emerson was upset because he's like, they're just going to pair the Psyche into me again. And Daniel wanted the run back Snake Man into Clark. He felt really good about that matchup. And I think when I talked to Kevin later, if they had won the die roll, their plan was to pair Snake Man into Clark to get Snake Man away from their 7-handers, because we did not understand matchups or how the game worked at the time. And Daniel was happy with having a slow matchup where he doesn't have to play defense very often and he doesn't have to play around Revoke. And instead, we needed to pair him into the Psyche deck that would have had to off-symbol Revoke, might have had one, probably didn't have one, and he only has to literally resolve Murakumo by itself with a Kyo's Jacket to kill him. Because they didn't want Dimitri into Assets Athena, and they didn't really want Snake Man into either of the 7-handers. And Dimitri into Clark is kind of a wash. It's kind of a push, right? It's kind of like who gets the most damage reduction out first. You know, after a point, Dimitri might have to start gaining health. but he gets to flip key techniques, so that whole plan goes out the window, right? So they didn't really want Clark Dimitri, they didn't really want Snake Man on the other 7-handers, and they didn't really want Dimitri on Psyche either, I don't think. And so we ended up kind of giving them the pairings that they wanted anyway, by them just not winning the die roll. Key techniques, yeah. So that's right. That was their explanation, right? Like Clark with J. Tubbane's defense reduction foundation, which is key techniques. Which, for anyone who doesn't know, this is actually one of the coolest cards they've ever printed that they might not ever print again. Really, it's Clark that shouldn't be printed again on a symbol with this card. But key techniques is such a simple card. It just says, E, discard 1 card. This attack gets -2 damage, which is generally a shitty rate, but really good in last-ditch effort situations, right? Like if you have nothing else, like this card that doesn't block now becomes effective on defense. And then it has E, commit, discard a card, draw a card. And it's like a totally ignorable foundation. But Clark says after you take damage, you can draw a card. You can check a 4, and then you draw a card and commit one of your opponent's cards. So his whole game plan, his main primary defensive game plan, was to get 1 or 2 key techniques out and other defense reduction and take 1 damage, draw a card, tap your board, take 1 damage, draw a card, tap, and each time he's discarding it for -2, and I love that. Such a cool, sick engine. Absolutely gets fucked by Dimitri flipping it. Absolutely gets, like, you know, destroyed by targeted flip in general, like targeted answers. But so yeah, like Snake Man was like the one deck that didn't have throw hate, I think, as well. I'm pretty sure the Pharaoh Man had throw hate in the sideboard somewhere. It was life at the time. It was a life Pharaoh Man, I'm 90% sure, instead of fire. And you know, Clark doesn't want to deal with the throw hate from the other 2 decks. Like he's there specifically to be the wall deck into like the high damage decks, you know, just the landscape was different. Clark is fine with giving Snake Man like all his responses. Like it's just really weird. Like Daniel liked the matchup and was fine with, like, he wanted to pair that when we won, and I was like, bro, we cannot you know, I don't know, like he didn't want to face Athena because Athena was the void symbol, and that's pretty much all we knew at the time. Even having played it, I was like, oh, it's this crazy deck that does super cool. Like he didn't even do the super cool shit against me. You know, I wasn't even getting like swallowed up by Tamayos. I was getting swallowed up by just more attacks than I had blocks because I was not used to blocking 5 times that yet. And he, you know, and he had multiple copies of Caught Red-Handed to like fight through Templars and stuff, right? Like you could not actually reversal that deck most of the time. And so like he had cancels for Skullbearer, I think. I'm pretty sure, right? So like either way, we gave them everything we wanted. I think if we run it back and do the dice roll, I actually think we can win those pairings. I actually think if you run that Pharaoh Man into the Clark, I think that actually is a winning matchup for us if the players know the matchup right. Like going in blind, obviously it's almost certainly just going to come down to experience. And like the fact that you don't get shared deck lists. But I think if you run that Pharaoh Man into it, right, like you pretty much nullify the key techniques unless he wants to tap one anyway. And then it had the Hunt for Spiders and Dragons in it. We were all playing Hunt for Spiders and Dragons in some capacity. That was like the cool part of our team, was it was like a 3-3-2 split or something. That was like the card dominating the format at the time. It was a 3 difficulty foundation that target flipped something. And that's like, Snake Man had the least copies of that in the deck, could afford to play it the least, could trigger the other effect on it the least. Like, you know, he might have actually only had 1 copy, I don't know. I'm pretty sure I only had 2. Or I think I only had 3. I think he had 2. Yeah, anyway. I missed the check costs for abilities, yes. I kind of do too. I think Final Exam Failures is good. Like, Final Exam Failures is a card I'm going to start running a lot of. I think I'm going to try and jam 4 of that a lot. But I think people are playing it wrong. I think they're trying to use it as like an early stun 1. I think you want to use it when your opponent has tapped down to only a couple defensive cards. Because when you're staring at something that will answer everything you're going to keep up ready, right? Like if you have only enhances in your stage and they have a Taiyaki Fanatic, you will actually get so much information by what your opponent chooses to keep ready, like what they're willing to trade into a Taiyaki, right? And Final Exam Failures can give you that same information if you wait and you don't make them just check early. Like, I understand, like, the idea of getting stun in early, right? Like, reducing resources early. But if you're just stunning, if you're just stunning a face down, or at best making them blow up a face down, like, you can get way more out of it from activating it later in a turn. So I want to play that, but they didn't give it turn to dust symbols, I don't think, which is kind of fucked up. But where's the next game at? Oh, this one was done early. That's why. So I didn't jump a second game. We got Gina and Carlos. Ooh, somebody went to Gen Con. Got Eraserhead versus Todoroki. Looks like Todoroki won.
The most aggressive matchup between two.
Probably gonna be able to tell by how many cards they have in their hand. Oh no, I think it's Todoroki too. It's a more popular Todoroki. Indeed, nobody is playing Kamui Woods, bitch. Oh, those are the old Street Fighter sleeves. Carlos got the old head UFS sleeves. They got them schmancy boys. Yeah, that's actually Totoro 2. Or that's Shoto 1 for sure. Oh, because he failed the card. He's got 3 in hand, he built 3, he failed the 1. Yeah. The art looked like Shoto 1 at first, but I always see Shoto 2. I would love to play Shoto 1. I would actually love to feel good about a Shoto 1 deck. And I'm thinking about breaking out Order Shoto 1. I don't think I've ever seen the Order version. Yeah, Fire is the cool, aggressive, fill up my discard symbol. So, like, you get baited into playing Fire because it has Revel in his Masterpiece. And Revel in his Masterpiece says draw 2 cards. And I can draw 2 cards on turn 2 with that card if I play the Fire symbol. It'd mill my whole deck. It looks like this guy has a massive deck, though. Or, sorry, I meant Order Shoto 2. There's too many Shotos, man. There's too many Shotos in this game. I thought the one that topped was Order, but someone told me it was Water, so I don't know.
I would love for chat to tell me who they think is going to take home this match of kind of unexpected decks, right? Shoto 1 completely unexpected.
I'm all mixed up on my Todorokis. I swear, bro, I don't know if it's just because the sets came out together. It is actually so difficult to keep all the different My Hero characters like separated by their symbols. And I've seen other people struggle with it more than I've ever seen before. Like, in the past, people would be like, oh, did Ken 1 have Fire? And it's like, yeah, he's just has Good swapped out for Void. You know? And there'd be other people who'd just be like, oh, what's that other character's third symbol? Like, they would just forget. But that's because they were printed, like, years apart, like 2 years apart. Now they're all just jammed together, and it's like it all bleeds as one. Shoto 2 looping tape swing, yeah. I think, so with Shoto 2, I think you actually do have to play Water, because every time I think about, yeah, just can't have Fire, he'd fucking better. Whenever I think about Shoto Todoroki 2, I don't know to call him Toto or Shoto. When it comes to Shoto 2 dot, every time I think about playing a different symbol, I remember that Amphibious Ambush activates my once per turn immediately, and I greedily just do that. Now that you don't have Amphibious to make that play look free as fuck, like actually free, don't know if you still are required to do that, but it still looks really good.
It's just an incredible card.
You know? Like, you just play a big old +2/+2 stun 2 amphibious ambush or anything before it, and then you just cycle it back. Seems pretty good. I think I did see someone playing. So I played a Todoroki 1 back in Vegas. William Bowers, if anyone remembers him. He showed up with a Todoroki 1 that was playing like the massive flash freeze that gave +1 to his checks. But he was also, I think, playing fire or something. It was a weird deck. But that's like the only time I want to play massive flash freeze is to play ambush after it for the +1, check the 5 +1 right on a 6, and then get the free loop. But that's so not worth it to loop massive flash freeze.
Are we? Did I think I just. Was that already? Oh, no, I'm sorry. Carlos uses the D20s to notate the speed and. I thought he had notated that already had 7 damage on it, and I was like, wait a second.
Oh, man.
Got it. It took me a second there. He uses the D20s to show the actual speed and damage of his attacks.
Does he play his cards upward? What's happening?
I think he's just notating that Crow and Frog.
So Death Eraser Head, blocking with an attack early.
What is this?
Can't feel good for a deck that struggles to find damage, but only having to do 18 more of it, maybe. One of the reasons I think I want to focus on Toto 1 is Toto gets around Staff Strike decks, which probably won't exist now with Unwavering / Gone, but that was something I was thinking about. Canceling the first Staff Strike is kind of my favorite thing I think I could ever do in a game. Just making them play a Staff Strike on like a 10. And then the other one is canceling Capture Evil Doers Enhance, so I can actually take momentum against those symbols, or force them to have 2 Capture Evil Doers, right? I think that's pretty good. Oh, and float combo. Or not, Ojiro's float combo. You just canceled the float combo switch so that it just stays low damage. Yeah, it was by far the best weapon, and it was basically the best charge. The charge attacks all do like really good stuff for what they do, but pound for pound cantrip attacks kind of beat most things, right? Like at the end of the day, the blanket generically useful ones usually edge out, like a card like Home Run Comet. So yeah, hopefully people aren't playing Staff Strike decks, but I saw, I think it was Mitchell Cimino, who topped with Jiro at Gen Con and fell in love with the deck after that point, and he's like iterated and been like obsessed with it. He's determined to continue to play Jiro after that, but I think I saw him switch to the air symbol earlier, so we'll see about that. Cannon Blast just doesn't fit that role, even though it's got both of the keywords you need. If Jiro had life, she'd still be super scary because you'd still get Home Run Comet and Cannon Blast together on those symbols. Man, we went a long way to take 3 damage there. Can I just say that real quick? I have no clue what was all going on in that enhanced step, but that seemed like a long time for this guy to block with a regional license exam promo.
So, I've got a question for you, Phil. We see a self-assured getting built. If that gets popped this game, how many cards are we drawing off of it?
Well, I guess he would have taken 4 from the first one. I'm really interested to see the Eraserhead offense. I want to build Monoma Life Throws. You know, Monoma is probably in a good spot right now because, like, if you build the right deck around it, right, and you're, like, prepared for everything, with a quote-unquote new fresh meta coming forward, being able to steal other people's abilities could be pretty good. You just end up accidentally stealing, like, whatever the new best deck is. I do think it's kind of interesting, like, there's a lot of characters that people played recently I wouldn't want to steal as Monoma. I don't think I'd want to steal... excuse me. I don't think I'd want to steal Momo's abilities very often. like destroy one for +2 -2 is good. Do not get me wrong. Like when you're swinging for game, you just start blowing up your chaff late in the string. That's good. But if you're not already on a weapon plan, which two of his symbols, you know, they share his same 3 symbols as Momo, right? Like, you know, he was already trying to steal her gimmick on 2 of those symbols, but lost the best weapon.
Call it outright kooky, honestly. I have not had many interactions involving.
I think if I was playing Life Throws Monoma, the character I would want to fight the most is Fourth Kind. Because I would have access to Faith Shield, I would have access to some stun hate, I'd be able to build out, and I could sequence my turns as Foundation, 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 throw every turn and feel good about it. I would absolutely love to fight Fourth Kinds all day, every day as Monoma, I think.
A lot of the Bakugo 1 and 2 cards where they say, if you do X...
There could be something I'm missing on that matchup, but I'm down.
They carry stats so well because they're just so well statted to begin with, right? They're 4 lows for 5s. Yeah.
All Might 3? I don't know about that one. I guess it is kind of funny because you get to be like, I'm All Might with throws, and I can give them the right keyword. That one's pretty good. That's not bad. You get Faith Shield, he doesn't. That's pretty good.
Where we get to see what is probably my favorite set 2 card, Howitzer Impact Cyclone.
I did like Monoma a ton back when he had the Amphibious, and I could just play Capture Nets to activate it, and I could just do janky, crazy stuff with that. Life Throws Monoma is real funny energy, but I don't know. Oh, we got an Impact Cyclone. I thought Impact Cyclone was going to solve a lot of problems for Eraserhead, not going to lie. Eraserhead switching to a new symbol that does not have throw hate, however, probably didn't work out for a ton of people when Fourth Kind was running around. He did beat Fourth Kind in a finals, though, but I don't think Andrew was heavy on throws, and he was still on the throw hate symbol, so. Wall cling. Yeah. Yeah, you get wall cling and you get face shield, yep. And you get passing the torch, which I guess All Might does too, but that's really where you're like both playing at 0 cards. Corey Hicks in chat just said, any howitzer under 50 damage is disappointing in the official MHA stream. Oh, man.
That was a little less important, other than the graveyard or discard pile.
So we got the Go for the win. That's a cheater-ass card I expect to see blow up in value.
So we see some,
Go for the win is like such a nasty card to me. When my opponent forms against me to build extra resources, it feels so shitty that they get to play extra attacks. When they start responding with it for +2 speed, I know I'm probably dead.
We're still able to keep building. Eraserhead doing his best Asui impression, right? We're not clear our card pool, but all our foundations are ready.
So
Got 8 foundations, 6 of them are face down. We got to deal 18 damage still, and we're going to build. And we're going to end at 9. Got to be aware of that deadlock. Fire has, some pretty good deadlock effects with Ice Storm, right? If you get momentum.
I love it. I think that's awesome. You'd expect a lot of actions from Eraserhead, right? Like, you get the 4 erase, and you go from there.
A lot of fury attacks in this matchup.
Is just slamming every blue card that Fire has to offer, right?
And Fire has all of them. Fire is basically...
Fire has all of them.
Yeah, Fire
A lot of fury attacks in this matchup. So at this point, right, if I'm Todoroki, I don't think I actually have to attack. Like, Eraserhead doesn't have
Sugar rushes.
many face-up foundations.
Tons and tons
If
of
I'm
ones
blocking well,
lying around.
I don't have to worry about Excited for blood.
And it appears that we are.
And realistically, I'm under no pressure to attack here. So the fact that he discards 2 and draws 2 to stay aggressive is kind of interesting.
I actually think our deck might still be bigger than our discard pile. It's a little tough because of where they're situated, but they're either equal or very, very, very close to being equal now.
No one is milling out Carlos this weekend. This guy is unmillable.
Like, I mean, if you have the gas already, I can definitely understand going in, right?
Just impossible.
And, like,
This is me at my local spill when I show up with final exam.
I understand the idea of, like, you want to get on them before they build more face-ups. But they can only really build one more face-up before going into deadlock.
I guess I'm gonna have to
And
do damage.
I guess while I don't have any deadlock on field, I would assume
Yeah, it's great. You get to play beyond
that Evil Gaze is somewhere in the
Let's get
deck.
back to our game.
And the longer I can build out to 10 and be closer to drawing 2 cards off Revelin as Masterpiece, that can keep me out of deadlock and give me card advantage. So maybe I'm just too used to playing blue-white Magic. And I'm just too used to getting to a point where it's like, hey, let's count each other's decks, see who's got more turns left.
Does that mean how many does that have to be?
The
So we got
12
6
range.
damage?
Yeah.
Is it 1 for every 2?
Man, that would actually be sick. A price for piece that targets your opponent.
You know what?
Like, it would have to end your turn most of the time. Or it couldn't have an All Might 3 symbol
Okay, I was like, I played this character.
to just Professor Oak your opponent.
I have not. So I was like, is it 1 for 2 or 1 for 3? Yeah. I'm like, I don't really know actually.
And now we're gonna get to see one of the neatest tricks that that our format has, which is double nitro explosion efficient.
I think I stressed a little bit to call that a neat trick, but it's very cool.
Yeah, like it's neat. It's neat in the sense that like it's just cards working well together, right, Phil?
Sure.
Like,
It's a card working well itself. I don't know, man.
I like it.
I do like it. I think it is a really well designed secret rare though. I think that card's super awesome. I think the set 1 secret rares are very good. The set 1 or set 2 ones are decent. Pretty cool.
You're a dropkick slicer fan. I know that much.
That's true. That is true. Yes. I've got many connections to Dropkick Slicer, some of which I will not mention.
We're still on the Nitro Ignition here. We did get the cool momentum trick. There's another Nitro and discard pile. So this is where we just get to tick away, right? Like, all of our revels are huge.
Draw a card.
Or the revels make everything we do huge.
Just 3.
Cashed in the self-assured. We really want to get something going this turn. Like, I don't hate the card advantage. It's just, I love self-assured's e-commit. Like, of the very few e-commits that are so good in this format, that one is up there. Like, especially for an enhance specifically and not just a response. Ugh. Come on.
Definitely, if we paid the read, that
Come on.
Here's this card did gain powerful too, so this is going to become a 10 damage move. We know that one of the cards is a race, and we have an unknown card.
Oh no, wait. Did that put it up to 16? Is that number 16? That you got a powerful kick there first, right?
Yeah, to draw the
Surely.
board.
Draw an extra card. Get the powerful out of the way first. But I can't actually tell what that number is. If it
15
made
or
it another,
16.
if it made another, oh
Now we're sugar rushing?
boy.
Yo, this turn is kind of
Now
wild.
we're gonna
It's not been like a ton of action, but it's been a wild turn, right? Like, it started with discard 2, draw 2,
5 speed.
revel everything, cash in to draw 3. Now we're sugar rushing it up to 14,
Yeah.
and we're gonna block on a 9.
Constructed differently. Okay, fine.
We have now
Because the -2 speed from Eraserhead brought it back down to 5. At least we had to they had to block with an attack, so that's cool.
70 cards and all of them were
Realistically, I guess you need the -2 speed block with a +1 mid. I was gonna say you could keep struggling up over Eraserhead because it would count as like -1 speed and then you get the block back, but those aren't good blocks, and we're building after that? Bruh. What did you want in your stage more than self-assured, right? Like, that was a seemingly very desperate play. Again, maybe they just wanted to get on them while they only had face downs. But it's hard to believe that they were... It's hard to believe that they were going to Sugar Rush from the beginning on that. And it wasn't lethal anyways? Maybe we have a cheeky burn one effect somewhere in our deck. Kind of wild. I don't know if the Eraserhead swings back though, so maybe it's like a calculated push while things seem kind of weird and in that middle state. They did have to block with an attack.
Obviously a very, very big nuisance in Ochako too, but Eraserhead wears this card extremely well.
We do dig the alt art long lasting explosion. Long Man does a lot of work in a lot of decks. Let's see if it connects here, or if it's the follow-up attack that our Todoroki player's worried about. Let me adopt the broadcast voice for a second.
This is a 7 mid for 6. It is terrifying, and Eraser does that trick just as does that move just as well. So,
I never want to play against a 7 speed move with 0 investment, and man, is this the least investment 7 mid in
that extra speed did not seem like much on preview, but the repeated speed control from Eraserhead definitely giving a trademark style of play. That one was terrible.
This is going to be on a 6 here. We check another
Okay.
3. We check A3.
I hope he feels better.
Gina is going to have to commit 3 cards here for this long last 7 mid 9. But we're choosing
So we're gonna... I just missed it. We just played a second long lasting and pass, or do we just choose to fail? I gotta back that up, I guess.
This is gonna be on a 6 here. We check another 3.
We go to pass it, and then we decide this doesn't kill through 4 cards in hand and all the things. Yeah, that's a correct call. I think that's the right play. I don't know if I make that play ever. I don't know if I'm good enough to make that play, but from the outside, that's the right play.
Just every move is for your life total. Good luck.
Like, that's a play I wish I made more often. To just fail it, just go, this is some bad luck. You know, I'm pushing for the moon, and we can settle for some stars. Especially, like, seeing our opponent, right? Like, seeing our opponent play everything onto the 1 Nitro, then build 3 after that and hold 4 cards. What do we talk about, right? What do we talk about, chat? Like, the broadcast, Cameron Cardwell's learning sessions, we talk about knowing when to not give extra review steps, knowing when to not let the opponent get non-attack cards out of their hand. So if they didn't continue to press in, the likelihood that, you know, half those cards are attacks is very low, I think. That's how I see it usually. To have absolutely no follow-up after tapping out to the Nitro XR, not even like a cute poke says that like they had one other attack for that needs to help them out later. So by choosing to fail that second attack, we almost certainly denied them like 1 extra review step. And because they took that early, the first one, they took the first long lasting, it shows us that they are afraid to, you know, lose to a string. They're prioritizing the follow-up. So you can basically take what you got for free and run at that point, and you're almost certainly, like, the odds are not with you to string out a kill after that.
It is a fast bid, though. It's a 5 bid for free. So,
You know, our opponent drew, effectively, like, saw 5 new cards after that Nitro, and chose to buff the Nitro and not play anything, like, no attacks after it. It makes me really curious if they could present lethal at all, right? Like if that first attack maybe
It's all depending on
was a mistake because they were supposed to block it. But
additional draw.
I don't expect super big mids that often.
It's another way to turn, and you,
I think that's an underrated
you know, it's
technique, is to pump up really big mid attacks at people like at unexpected times. I die to mid attacks way too
Gotta
often.
be very close to just being like, all right, well, I might not be able to pump these attacks, but I'll draw them. And you can certainly play them with the board state.
Block on a 5. Maybe to check that one. The breaker is going to
It was
offset
weird
the
to
last
erase
one.
on the first one. If they didn't have an enhance they wanted to play. Because you're going to have to erase if you want to pick up...
Board state making
If you want to struggling with studies,
Right,
realistically
we can't
you'll
erase
have to erase. Because you can give the damage pump as the first enhance.
We're going to try and half block it. It's going to be 4, 5, 6.
Todoroki might lose his discard pile, though.
It looks like Spooky is still.
Can't tell exactly how many cards. It's a big deck. This person went through... I think it's double sleeved. I don't think it's actually that many cards. I think their deck might be double sleeved.
And also, if I'm Carlos, it's brought up in chat about cycling. If I cycle, I feel like I've lost this match, right? Now my moves are all base damage again. They're all...
Because they did draw a lot, but...
But it feels tough if I have to cycle.
Well, they have been milling, double milling.
A little bit more.
Yeah, they're going through now to figure out what exactly their damage pump looks like.
Make it a little less scary, but scary nonetheless, right? Cycling does always represent like that big refresh, basically, for the Todoroki. Like you have to start that whole process over again. And I guess I forgot that Gino and card has some.
Man, it's so nitpicky, and it's not a big deal, especially if this game is over right now. But stacking the foundations committed,
Are saying that's fine.
especially on webcam where I'm like, I have to ask already to see.
Ever,
Again,
right?
it's
Most
so
creative of all
nitpicky,
time.
but... And stacking the face-up one under the face-down's definitely a no-no if you're trying to be cool about
That we're
everything.
just going to send that will be lethal on half block.
Must. We just must, right?
Do we just break out more dice? Do we just...
Yeah, that's the most
We're like, we're gonna need some more dice for this damage pump coming up.
interesting play.
That's crazy.
I would say that maybe if the Chrome Frog, I can't.
Think this is half hot?
We don't have the big calculator on our screen this time.
I think we got the half
Our
hot.
job's easier. We have to speculate.
This is the Yu-Gi-Oh meme of set 2, where I completely block your attack, but you still take the damage. You take 1.
We gave the Spooky Showdown. You should be feeling pretty good for the rest of your turn, right?
So we have, you should feel good there. We have ice gliding to make this a
Man, making...
5, 6,
Ugh.
7. We basically put Gina on don't check with 3.
Making, yeah, I don't think this, like, became lethal or anything. I don't think this is, like, a super fat Todoroki deck. I think it's just double sleeve. I think it's just some nice sleeves to keep them safe. That makes it poof up.
Because it's on a 4, 5, 6.
Man, this is big. Oh, it's big. Oh, okay, now it's lethal.
Never mind.
Now it's banana damage.
You can struggle with studies to pick.
Eraserhead can survive this. Not picking up struggling with studies, like not flipping the struggling, kind of blowing my mind. Not gonna lie. Kind of interested in what we got going here.
We sealed that earlier in the turn. There was irrefutable.
Oh, we got the ice gliding. It's so lethal.
I usually flip my cards when they're
Yeah, we
sealed.
did.
It's actually so lethal. At this point, you struggling to make him tap it?
On a 9.
Oh my, the hard way. We just did it the hard way. Okay. So half hot is 6, 7, 8, 9.
Okay, so we are
Okay,
scooping it.
okay.
Yeah, there was
Okay, yeah, we're scooping it up. Okay, I was confused. I was like, this Sugar Rush speed not on there? Did we actually give it -2? Did we discard a card? So,
Give you the last
Assuming
card
we
for
didn't
free.
know. Yeah.
oh, So if we flip, let's back this up. Let's back this up. So we know what they had in hand now, which was we know was an attack. Maybe. Oh, is it an erase? Is it the? Oh, it's the regional alt art erase. So at some point, what we actually needed to do, right? We got to walk this back. We blocked here with erase. Yeah. So what we actually need to do is on this attack. We need to erase on this attack.
Perhaps I spoke too soon.
And oh no, we need to erase on this attack. You struggling with studies here, even if we're not planning to block it, because we already erased on the first one that we were gonna block anyways. And so here we need to use the other erase in our hand. Oh, we just picked it up. Okay, so still, you need to flip the struggling here. Because if he commits to cancel, he's not getting the damage pump on everything later. And so he's going to have to rely solely on the Sugar Rush attack actually landing. Like, you can feel safer about partialing and things like that. And it gives him the -1 resource count overall just to passing attacks. Which I guess once you're Todoroki enhancing for damage, it's kind of too late probably. Like, we're at a point where it's so late. But, you know, you're sitting on the 15 life, and you know that Todoroki can cancel this later, right? Like, you, on the next attack you erase, you pick up erase with struggling, you enhance with Eraserhead -2, and then we just don't get ultra dunked. It's tough though, because once you erase him, it's becoming not as threatening of an attack, right? But the thing we got dunked by was a mid that we couldn't reduce the speed on enough. Stupid icy gliding, man. Or ice gliding. This is a tough turn, right? Like, this is the kind of turn where you have to experience this. Like, I don't know if I make these decisions. Like, I had to back it up and go, okay, where exactly was the interaction at? Like, where exactly did things go wrong? Because here, if you erase, you can pick up erase with struggling with studies. You can reduce this attack speed, and you have one less card in your card pool. And so you actually you actually pass this block.
Perhaps the Chrome Frog wasn't representing a meaningful amount of damage on the half, right? Because if you negate the
right? Am I wrong on that? Can anyone correct me? Because you erase here on a 4. We don't know what they check then, right? Like you theoretically do open up a world where the next check is a 3, but right, we're way past that. Because this is now a 5 mid speed, right? Like, it looks like they gave it the +1. I don't think they mill 1 for minus speed either. But there's the Todoroki enhance, which we could have gotten rid of the Todoroki enhance by erasing. And then maybe we don't even need to block this. I still think you do because of the breaker, and we look at the foundation count that they have. And it would be, you know, +4 difficulty effectively. So 4 diff would be like on a 8. They could potentially fail it, and they still would lose the Todoroki enhance for that one. And we just blocked a Sugar Rushed attack. Oh no, see, we're committing more here with the ice gliding. So that puts it at 6 speed. And we did not erase. I did not see the erase come down. Right, like we didn't erase. We didn't use Eraserhead's -2 speed. And if we did use Eraserhead's -2 speed, like,
that was lethal. Okay, so we are.
Okay.
Yeah, there was a little bit of
interesting. Yeah, it looks like they just didn't give it -2 speed with Eraserhead. They just slammed down the block.
Assuming we didn't know. Yeah. Assuming we didn't know that the last card was erased, plus alternative the King of Outs. That's why I'm not.
And I could have sworn I saw them discard a raise
It's too
and pick up a raise
even more
for +2 speed earlier. That's rough. Without the communications, of the players, without perfect information, that's got to feel rough. That's got to feel like a punt.
No other thing you call it other than a misplay, right? That would, we double.
Go back.
I love show.
We got a better block.
Yeah, I don't want to dwell too much. I'm not like a teacher type, right? But this is why we watch. This is why we watch the tape. We want to see what kind of stuff is out there. And right here, this is where everything changes. This is where everything is flipped, turned upside down.
Interesting play, to say the least. I would say that maybe
All you have to do is erase here and then pick up a race.
we don't have a big calculator on our screen this time, so making our jobs easier. We have to speculate.
You know, I think all they really had to do was use a racer head for -2 speed. But I never see the card discard leave the hand. Oh, there we go. No, it's right there. Is there a second ice gliding?
So we have, you should feel good there. We have ice gliding to make this a.
What happened there? Did anyone else see that? They discard and then they pick up. It's -2 speed.
Perhaps the Chrome Frog wasn't representing a meaningful amount of
Am I crazy? There's got to be something I'm missing, right? Like, because the half-hot ignition enhance only reduces the speed. Was there something before this that gave speed?
If the Chrome Frog, I can't.
Earlier in the enhanced step?
I'm curious if we have another weekend. Half-hot ignition is a mid.
Yeah, it's the most mid move of all time, I'm pretty sure.
I mean, with the sugar rush, I think it doesn't matter, right?
To say the least. Calculate. Well, say that, yeah, it's the most mid move of all time, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
I can't. Pretty good. Perhaps the Chrome Frog wasn't representing a meaningful amount of damage on the half.
So the erase comes in -2, so it's currently 2 speed.
Feeling pretty good for the rest of the turn, right?
And
So we
then
have, you should feel good there. We have ice gliding to make this a
they
speed move 5,
they
6, 7. We basically
Revel, that's a Revel in his masterpiece for 1 damage.
Is that with the minus?
So then we're gonna Todoroki.
If we ice gliding, we put it on don't check a 3. If we choose not to ice gliding, Gina is allowed to check a 3.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Well,
Because it's on a.
I'm missing something.
That's,
Oh wait. Okay, we're.
Because here comes the sugar rush, right? So it was at 2 speed.
So let's see.
It's now gonna be at 4 speed again.
On card. Does that make it block?
I think they're doing total
7,
speed there.
8, same thing. I'll check a 3, but I do believe.
I'm still, there's like 1 speed on there it looks like I'm missing.
Oh, is it sealed?
Because that brings it up to 5 speed.
I usually flip my cards when they're
Yeah, we
sealed,
didn't get our the turnaround notification. Right?
5, 6, 7, 8.
9.
6, 7, 8. Breaker 1.
6, 7, 8, 9. That was lethal. Okay, so we are.
Okay,
Skipping.
okay.
Yeah, there was a little bit of a
D-
Yeah.
Is there anyone in chat who can tell me what happened?
Was
I have to, alright, I have to find out now. I have to know. This is like a whole, this is a whole turns back. Alright.
We can't. We can check that one. Breaker is going to offset.
Is there
the
anything
massive
giving
block
speed
rate
to
and-
other attacks?
Spooky is still online. So it's
Oh!
been
It's the floating
to do around that card.
ice gliding?
It looks like Spooky.
Did they use ice gliding then ready it with Crone Frog? But Crone Frog didn't get blocked.
To do around that card, right? Or maybe Carlos just has
Bruh.
a large number of attacks to follow this one as well.
Is there like a
And
nervous
also
habit
on
down there and this guy's
brought up a chat
stacked
about cycling. If I
foundations?
cycle, I feel like I've lost
Because there's
the
speed on this one too now. Where's the speed
We're gonna
coming?
try and half block it. It's gonna be
So he's using that for negative speed?
It looks like Spooky is still online, so it depends on when Carl's uses like to do any fast level.
Right, because this is a discard, pick up a race, and then he puts the die next to it.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
It's not getting any faster.
So I think it's a -2 counter die. Okay.
So it
It's
depends
kind of
on
wild.
when-
Maybe I can zoom in.
When Carl's uses like to.
Okay, yeah, I think the die says -2. I guess it's like a MTG die for counting tokens, for putting counters on things. So I guess it's a -2 die.
I do have double rebel to start machining it, but it feels tough.
Does that ever change?
We have to start that whole process.
And we know it's a race.
Ever, right? This is the most 2 damage move of all time.
We switch stuff. Oh, there's a spooky coming in.
Spooky isn't even an option in his token thing.
Huh.
I'm curious if we have another off zone.
Spin move of all time, I'm pretty sure.
It's gonna send that will be lethal on half block.
Must. Legion. To say
Okay.
the least.
I have to get to the bottom of
I would
this.
say that maybe the
It's currently 4 speed, right? Like there's nothing coming in on it.
calculator on
Ice gliding, the
making
the attack before it wasn't blocked, so that couldn't be it.
Speculation. Do a lot of mental.
Ice gliding, like half hot gives itself -1.
The Crowing Frog like wasn't representing a meaningful amount of damage on the
So that's got to be a revel, right?
Showdown. You should be feeling pretty good for the rest of your turn.
Okay, wait. I think this is what happens. I think he goes to put a -1 on it, and he puts a +1 instead. Because that is a revel in his masterpiece, a revel in his masterpiece, and a half-hot ignition, and none of those give +1 speed. Am I wrong? Am I tripping? Oh, it's like zoomed in where you guys can't see it. But let me fix this, guys. We gotta start sleuthing. I'm not starting nothing. But I'm curious. I just have to know. I'm insanely curious. What is going on? I want to know. Let me zoom in for you. Now, I want to preface this with no... Don't go search these people out. Don't go getting crazy on me. Does this fit? This looks bad. Let me... No, you gotta get... Well, so we already know what she's doing. They are doing? I'm not 100% sure. Alright, let me... What is happening to this half-hot? Alright, let's see if we can't zoom in a bit here and check this out.
So we have, yeah, you should feel good there. We have.
Let me turn. I can turn the commentary up. Maybe they know.
Make this a 4-speed move, 5, 6, 7. We basically put Gina on don't check a 3.
Is that with
We have ice gliding to make this a 4
for the rest of your turn, right? The Crowing Frog like wasn't
Alright, here we
representing
go.
a meaningful amount of damage on the half block, right? Because if you negate the Spooky with Shoto, you should be feeling pretty good for the rest of your turn, right?
So we have, yeah, you should feel good there. We have ice gliding to make this a 4-speed move, 5, 6, 7.
Yeah.
We basically put Gina on don't check a 3.
So the commentary just mentioned ice gliding can bring it back up to 4, right? So the half-hot was supposed to make it a 3-speed, and I think they accidentally put +1 there. I think that's what happened. And then...
Is that with the -2 speed?
Yeah, that's with the -2 speed. If we ice gliding. If we ice gliding, we put it on don't check a 3. If we choose not to ice gliding, Gina is allowed to check a 3.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Well,
Because it's on
we
a
know-
4, 5, 6. Yep. So.
That's.
Oh, wait.
Oh,
Okay,
never mind.
we're dead.
Yeah, never mind.
Yeah.
So let's see.
So this makes it
Studies to
a
pick
5-speed.
up a card. Does that make it blockable?
6 speed,
5,
7.
I cannot
8,
tell what that
same
die
thing.
is on. I think it's
Check
on a
check 3,
5
but I
right
do
now.
believe
7.
for the total.
I do believe we sealed that earlier in the turn. There was an
Oh,
irrefutable
is it
committed.
sealed?
I
Okay.
don't have confirmation because it wasn't the. I usually flip my cards when they're
Yeah,
sealed.
we
right?
didn't get our
Yeah.
the turnaround notification, right?
So wait,
It's
all right.
Six
So
speed,
5,
7,
6.
8, same thing. We check on check a 3, but I do believe
7.
so it's 5 speed
I do
currently.
believe we sealed that earlier in the turn. There was an
And
irrefutable
then
is it
committed.
sealed?
it's 6
I
speed
don't have
now.
confirmation because it wasn't the. I usually flip my cards when they're
Yeah,
sealed.
we
right?
didn't get our
Yeah.
the turnaround notification, right?
This is on a 9.
Wait, I missed the
I
minus
usually-
2. I know the minus 2
Wait,
happens.
lighting a 3.
Where's the
You
minus 2
should-
On the
at?
half block. Right?
There's a minus
Calculation. Or do a lot of mental math,
So-
jumping through hoops, but
They're going to do
perhaps
their first
the
enhance.
Chrome Frog like wasn't
Revel.
representing
They
easier.
pointed at
we
the
have to
Revel.
speculate, a lot of speculation, or do a lot of mental math and jumping through hoops, but perhaps the Chrome Frog like wasn't representing a meaningful
And
amount
then
of damage on
minus
the
2,
half
so
block,
it is
right?
2
'Cause if you
speed.
negate the spooky with
And
Showdown,
then
you should
Sugar
be
Rush
feeling
makes
pretty
it
good
4.
for the rest of your turn, right?
And then ice
So we
gliding
have, you should feel good there. We have
makes it
we have
5.
ice gliding to make this a 4-speed move, 5, 6, 7. We basically put Gina on don't check a 3.
Is that with the minus 2 speed?
Yeah, that's with the minus 2 speed. If we ice gliding. If we ice gliding, we put it on don't check a 3. If we choose not to ice gliding, Gina is allowed to check a 3.
Interesting.
Ice
Yeah.
Well,
Because it's
we
on a
know-
4, 5, 6.
Because ice gliding is only +1.
That's
Oh, wait.
So now it's a 3
okay,
speed.
we're dead.
Now it's a 5 speed.
Yeah, but never mind.
Yeah.
6, 7, 8. It's a block on
so
an
let's
8.
see. You could struggling with studies to pick up a card. Does that make it blockable?
6 speed,
5,
7,
6.
8, same thing. Check a 3, but I do believe
7.
we sealed that earlier in the turn. There was an
Oh,
irrefutable
is it
committed.
sealed?
I
Okay.
don't have confirmation because it wasn't the. I usually flip my cards when they're
Yeah,
sealed.
we
right?
didn't get our
Yeah.
the turnaround notification, right?
That's a 5
This is
speed
on a
move.
9. 5, 8.
We
right?
didn't get our
Yeah. I
What?
do believe we.
I'm so confused. I need to
Six
call
speed,
somebody
7,
else. I need to
8.
call in an expert. Let me see. I don't think he's awake. It's very late. I need to call in an expert. Let me see if I can get somebody in here to explain this to me. I'm missing something. Because the commentary has it at 6 speed. Right? Like the crow and frog was not blocked. It was spookied. And so... And it sounds like from the commentary, it sounds like the struggling with studies was sealed. It's not flipped. You're supposed to like flip it upside down, but people do that with their amphibious to show that they've used it. So, let me see if I can get Andrew to explain this to me. I'm gonna see, maybe Andrew knows, because he watched it. He has it at 6 speed. Maybe he remembers this. Maybe he can help me out. Because I have it at 5 speed, and this is block on an 8. That's what Gina had. What did they walk through? Does Revel give speed and I'm tripping? Huh. I don't even think he did the half hot gives it -1. even at the not giving it -1, right? It comes in at 4. It goes down to 2. Right, he milled one for Revel. He points at Revel. Right. So it starts at 4. It goes down to 2 with the race from Eraserhead. And then it goes up to 4 from Sugar Rush, because Sugar Rush is 2 speed, 4 damage. Then it goes up to 5 off Ice Gliding, because Ice Gliding is only +1. It's -2. So it's up to 5 off Ice Gliding, right? And then it's a +1 block mod, 5, 6, 7, 8. I think I think it was at a 1 at some point when it shouldn't have been at a 1. You were there. Jose, you were there in chat. I want to get Andrew in. I want to get Andrew to do analysis with me. Because he has it at 6 on the commentary. He's got it at 6 as well. And I'm tripping. Even if he doesn't do the -1 from Half Hot, which he wouldn't have any reason to do anyway. I thought that's where the mistake came in, but I think there's a mistake where I think they have it at +1 to start with. But I just, we go back and we watch the Crow and Frog.
We got a better block. We got a better block and more speed.
Unless there's like a second
Carlos
Ice
was
Gliding.
talking up his sideboard as being even more spicy than his deck choice, so I'm very curious as to if we see that sideboard come out here.
Even more spicy than his deck choice. Underneath that face down command card.
Oh, I went way far back then, though.
Yeah, it's right.
No, this was...
Oh, yeah. There.
Fury moves. Like, the Fury attacks themselves are already such a great card.
I can't remember if that was game 1 or game 2.
Favorite set 2.
Beautiful block. We got a better block and more speed. No!
Yes. We have another off zone.
Yeah, here we go. Okay.
2 damage. Yeah,
so when the Crow and Frog comes in, right?
Carlos does.
We're start a Crow and Frog.
Carlos, it's brought up in chat about probably.
Oh, come on, people.
We're going on that one, though. That is a mid attack. I think that's... It's not easy to block, right? But it is down. It is. We do additional attacks.
Here's Crow and Frog coming in.
That we activated, so
sure.
Crow and Frog on a 7.
Perhaps I spoke too soon about the board state, meaning we can play all of our attacks.
We can't erase.
This is actually crazy.
We're gonna double Revel. We're gonna try and half block.
Because we give this one -2, but
5, 6, 7,
there's
8.
no...
I'm not getting any fast.
Revel.
Board state, meaning we can play all of our attacks.
Like he unerases himself, right? And then he says doesn't count towards progressive.
We're gonna double Revel.
Oh, you guys can't see now because
we're gonna try and half block it. It's gonna be 4, 5.
I need to transition. Whoops.
It's not getting any faster, and we do. It looks like Spooky is still online, and so it depends on when.
So the Spooky's gonna come out here.
Around that card, right? Or maybe Carlos just has a large number of attacks to follow this one as well.
Yeah.
Might have to edit this down for YouTube. Might have to be my clickbait. This is going to be my clickbait YouTube for the week. And it's just a mistake, right? Like, there's a -2 on the die for this Crow and Frog, but there's never an Ice Gliding enhance, and it doesn't get blocked anyway. So there's no way to get the extra speed. There's a ghost speed.
Cycling does always represent, like, that big refresh, basically, for the Todoroki. Like, you have to start that whole process over again. And I guess I forgot that
We commit irrefutable, but that's for damage. The struggling with studies wasn't even sealed.
Yeah, so there's Spooky.
We didn't even seal the struggling with studies. So at the very beginning, I was like, you just pick up with struggling with studies and you survive this. We still could have done that.
I'm curious if we have another. We know that a race is in hand.
This match is
We
killing.
have another off zone that we're just gonna send that will be lethal on.
Man, that's tough. That's a bad beat.
We just lost, right?
Half hot ignition. shit
That-
is
I don't think anyone did anything
That's the
intentional. I'm
most
just gonna say that right now.
Interesting.
I'm not saying anyone did anything intentionally
Interesting.
because the
Interesting
commentary
play,
has it wrong, right?
to say
Like
the least.
this is all over the place.
I would say that maybe if the Chrome Frog, I can't tell life totals. We don't have the big calculator on our
Yeah.
screen this time, so making
Where
our
does the
jobs
one
easier,
speed
we have to
come in?
speculate, a lot of speculation, or do a lot of mental math and jump into hoops, but perhaps the Chrome Frog wasn't
Even
representing
if so, if this is the half hot, right? This I think is a half hot because it looks like it's a +2
the rest of your term.
on the bottom die, but then a 1 comes in on the top,
We
right?
have to speculate, a lot of speculation, or do a lot of mental math.
Because this is the first enhance.
Perhaps
They point at the revel,
wasn't representing a meaningful amount of damage.
and then this comes down.
If you would gate the spooky with Showdown, you should be feeling pretty good for the rest of your turn, right?
Right? And that looks like
Well,
it's.
we have, yeah, you should feel good there. We have.
Oh
ice
no.
lighting to make-
I think that yellow die is saying 3, denoting that there was a -1 speed. Even though they pointed at the revel, it looks like it's. I have no clue what these dice are doing, man. I can't read the dice anyway. But I think there's minus parts of the die, and then there's, just regular integers. And I don't know if they're doing the total number or the bonus number.
Make this a 4-speed.
But it looks like
5,
it's
6,
now.
7. We basically put Gina on don't check a 3.
It looks like the dice are on 3 and 6, making
Yeah,
me
that's what
think that they did the half hot enhance. But that just makes it more blockable.
Excuse me. If we ice gliding, we put it on don't check a 3. If we choose not to ice gliding, Gina is allowed to check a 3.
And then that's Todoroki.
Yeah.
Well,
Because it's on
we
a
know-
4, 5, 6. Yep. So
And I think,
it-
right, the Eraserhead's already done. Yeah, and Eraserhead is -2 right here.
The spooky with Showdown, you should
So if they reveled, it's a 2-speed attack. If they half hotted,
So
it's a
we have-
1-speed
yeah,
attack.
You should feel good there. We have ice gliding to make this a 4-speed move, 5, 6, 7. We basically put Gina on don't check a 3.
Bro, I'm tripping.
Is that with the -2 speed?
Yeah, that's with the -2 speed. If we ice gliding, we put it on don't check a 3. If we choose not to ice gliding, Gina is allowed to check a 3.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Well,
Because it's
we
on a
know-
4, 5, 6. Yep. So.
That's.
Oh, wait. Okay.
So then this Sugar Rush, right? If it's
Never mind.
Yeah.
if it's a 2-speed, it
Let's
becomes
see.
4.
If you're struggling with studies to pick
And that's
up
still blockable with the
one
progressive.
card, does that make it blockable?
6 speed,
5,
7,
6.
8. Same thing. I'll check a 3, but I do believe
7.
we sealed that earlier in the turn. There was irrefutable
is it
committed.
sealed? Okay.
I don't have confirmation because it wasn't I usually flip my cards when they're
Yeah,
sealed,
we
right?
didn't get our.
Wow. That's crazy to me. Let me fix this screen. Let me get back to normal.
5,
Ooh,
8, 6, 7, 8, 9.
that's wild.
And then that was lethal. Okay, so we are
Okay,
skipping it.
okay.
Yeah, there was a little bit of a yeah, we
A slight
plus ultra
pause.
block. Yeah, plus
I mean, if they
ultra
check the
block,
4, would they?
was-
Maybe they checked the 4, and I'm tripping
that was
everything.
lethal, Okay.
We didn't get our
Yeah.
the turnaround in
Let me-
notification, right?
This is on a 9. 5.
I mean, the fact they go to tap everything, it looks like it's a Let's Fight Bad Guys. They checked the 5. Huh.
Uh,
And
Well,
that was lethal. Okay, so we are
Okay,
skipping it.
okay.
Yeah, there was a little bit of a yeah, we
A slight
plus ultra
pause.
block-
That
plus ultra
is,
block was sort of
that's
an
tough
out
luck.
there.
Yeah.
However,
You
we
hate
knew
to
the
see
last
it.
card
Assuming we
was-
didn't know, yeah.
Yeah.
Assuming we didn't know that the last card was a race, plus ultra would have been.
he said this match was so hard for me, man. It was a test of my soul. Yeah, it was pretty tough.
It feels even more telegraphed.
That was
than a
pretty
normal,
tough
like,
to watch.
break right?
Um,
Because if I'm holding one card, and I'm
just the whole thing go down, have to back it up, have to figure
that
it
just
out.
spells
That
like
was
plus
pretty
ultra
tough.
more.
Oh, I just ruined the whole thing I just finished, didn't I?
It's,
don't
No, it
wanna-
looks- it's
I don't
alright.
want to give
It's
away
just-
anything, but I do know Carlos was talking up his sideboard as being
Man,
even more spicy than his deck choice. So I'm very curious as to if we see that.
that
sideboard
was
come out here.
something.
even more
I don't know what to say about that one.
Yeah. So
I hope this is a
Like,
full
I
180.
don't know where the mistake happened. I don't know if there even was a mistake, really.
I want the 180. I want the father son.
Maybe the eraser had accidentally said +2 speed and went, oops,
Jose
you're
asked in the
right.
chat, did
I don't know.
Shoto commit for the plus damage? Yeah, the attack was for 16 or 18, I believe.
My
total.
best
So,
guess,
with the
my
Shoto
actual
and
best
the
guess
commit on it. So,
is the mistake was
How can you
thinking
decide
that
with the 90 card deck?
half hot is
Pick
the
random.
same as defrosting where you can
Shuffle 'em up.
choose.
Yeah.
Take the top 10. Throw them away.
Maybe?
Yeah.
Oh, it's
Wait
got
for the
poking
rest
through
of
the corner.
tournament. You'll never miss them. You're not even going to know which
Maybe
ones
they
are.
thought that.
We do.
Maybe they
we do
thought
see,
that
it looks like 3 cards, 4 cards. coming
that
up
half
for
hot has like a
Shoto.
-1 damage +2 speed mode, similar to
Is
defrosting.
that a silica gel packet?
That's
in the
possible,
box?
right?
I do that too.
I think I've done
Why?
that.
Because I live in a really humid area.
It's still.
And,
Okay,
I know
okay.
Carlos also lives in a very humid area.
So it like takes some moisture. I think
Yeah.
that's smart, right?
Yeah.
There we
so,
go.
I believe Carlos is somewhere in like the Pacific Northwest. I don't want to.
That's a tough one.
He's up
That's
where
a
it
tough
rains
loss to
and I
take in
also live
general,
where it rains a lot,
right?
so-
Like,
Sure.
even without like the mistake or whatever I'm missing. Like again, I don't know if I'm missing something. That's the real reason I can't post it to YouTube with a clickbait title.
Because I do it too.
Is I don't know for sure what
I used to
happened.
Put in all of my containers that have cards now.
Yeah.
It's actually so Giga Brain that I didn't even think about it.
Yeah, someone in chat
Nothing
says
will
I
get
do it
moist.
too.
Weirder.
Yep. So
Exactly.
awesome. We'll see here. I believe did Eraser choose to put Shoto on the play?
Now the real question is,
Let's see how that one pans out.
does the
Yeah, that is
Eraserhead
interesting to
player
see here.
lack any
I will
composure,
say
right? Like, do
There are
they,
very few matchups
are they
where
like
it's right
as
to
confused
let
as
my
I am,
opponent
and
play.
is that going to affect them, or are they just like, oh, okay, no,
valuing
this
that
is
that extra
a
card
lethal
on
attack, I failed the
that's
block,
why I
right?
pick up Erase for valuing the potential to build out even further.
Now it makes me wonder if the Eraser had won the die roll and put them on play. Now I'm just confused all around.
Yeah, so
Huh.
All right, well, it's. I mean, a nice,
The
a nice
Eraserhead
overall.
chose
We
to
got
go
2 different
second.
cards that you really want to see.
Carlos with his
Yeah.
80
Jose,
card
why
deck,
did no one tell me about this match before I clicked on it?
Absolute Giga Chat play.
Yeah.
Absolutely no way he wouldn't find it. Obviously, like.
Why did nobody warn me about
Capabilities
this one?
Is a card that I don't think sees enough play though. I don't know if you are of
I mean, I've seen people who prefer it, mostly five-hander
It's a
players.
very good card. I am not a believer. I will
Um,
acknowledge it's a good card, but I am not a believer in our current format.
Goes to play
I
on
don't know,
a
man. All the Fury cards are so sick, and
6,
all
or is
of them
that
are
5? That's a
expensive.
5.
Yeah.
That card says +2/+5 or some
Plus 1 plus
nonsense
4,
like
I
that.
think. Yeah.
No, it's 2/5.
Is it? Oh.
Andrew's talking about capabilities. All right, we gotta mute the commentary. We gotta mute the bad takes from the commentary.
Dashboard is like a 3 card. It counts as like
I like Shock Absorbent, but I also in set 1 was like all in on the Earth symbol.
Capabilities is like one of the reasons to play Death Eraserhead, right? Like,
Yeah.
you just slap that bad boy down, and like your speed actually matters. You get to spend momentum in a legitimate way. And now that you have Howitzer Impact Cyclone, capabilities became a lot more playable. Like, it's probably not strictly turn 2ing anybody, but you're gonna force people into blocking certain situations. Like, capabilities is like the Momo of set 1, right? Where it was total booty, butt stank, ass cheeks. But now that you get fast momentum for stuff, and now that, you know, you fleshed out that symbol's defense and card draw advantage a bit, you know, you can actually afford to. You just still don't get to play 2 checks, but, you know, there's a lot more ways to play with Nitro Explosion.
I love Shoto 1.
So it's still not like something I could really run multiples of, but like going first in a Death Impact Cyclone deck, you know, I could see myself mulliganing for it.
I was very sad to see because I didn't think it necessarily needs to be tight.
If it wasn't keyword gated, I'm sure it would have been everywhere in Giro decks with Unwavering Slash, just trying to accrue enough momentum to just double tap people. Hit the double dunk. It's like a slower Sugar Rush. It's like a Sugar Rush that's not hand trap, really. You know?
We're talking about like the things that Shoto does well. Rebel plus
That's the real reason they couldn't give Denki 2 dot the air symbol. It's because he just gets a momentum for capabilities.
I have to say they are quite slow, but you could get to go around that a little bit with some of the stun help gains, right? You could get your giant ice ball. You get to get through a little bit. You get to push a little bit further than
I forget, I think it was someone at my locals was playing an Impact Cyclone deck, and I was like,
that one is
they would just go like, you know, Fury, Cyclone, discard +3, Cyclone, discard +3, and, you know, we were talking about after the match about, like, save it for, like, when you know it'll hit, or, you know, like, parceling's fine, or blah, 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 and, you know, by the end of it, I was just like, you get a better return on capabilities. Like, the sequencing, unfortunately, is not perfect for drawing the card, but you have to usually commit one with a Cyclone anyway. So, like, if you could blow up the capabilities you just committed to also get full value from the draw, then we'd be a nutty deck. I do like some Detonation Launcher, but I don't like playing it into Breaker 2 decks. Kind of that forced combo. It's like with a traditional combo, at least you've probably got the value from your lead-off attack.
I'm trying to keep track of life totals a little bit better in this game. I know Lenoko's doing his best as well. This is on a 2 with -2 for a check.
Yeah, I'm just glad it's not a 4 diff because it gives fast momentum. Detonation Launcher's biggest crime is fast momentum. Again, capabilities, it's looking better and better. Capabilities became a legitimate, you know, inclusion set too.
There's a shock absorption capabilities.
Right, that's the forbidden technique, is when you can just discard a card at the end of your string. And I cannot wait to get a judge called on me when I do that. I cannot wait.
pretty confident I saw.
Here we see Rigid Heat Wave.
You probably can't really afford to just throw the card away for momentum, though. Unless you're playing against, like, a Momo or another Eraserhead.
They're like, nope, I checked.
Since they can't turn to you. Actually, Momo could turn to Eraserhead, sadly. If you actually just show your whole ass and they just go like, Haymaker, Haymaker, Cannon Blast, Home Run, tap everything, that actually kills you. You'd actually have to block both Haymakers and still die to Cannon Blast, Home Run. Man, Eraser's in such a hard spot. Because there's no way you're erasing all those times. Actually, you could probably just go Future Charge into Cannon Blast, Home Run. And if you don't win, you're fine anyway.
I have to agree, though. I think some chat pointing out that the Eraser's just not getting his builds off. I just think we discarded an attack for an erase, and we just blocked with an attack. So I have to imagine we have an erase.
Oh boy.
Build heavy situation.
Oh, checks a Heat Wave on the follow-up attack. I mean, I guess it's good that Flash Freeze gives you +1 to your next check, but oof, that's a tough erase. Like, I don't know if we have anything that we're afraid of being canceled.
I think in our frantic hand shuffling, we chucked one. I think the players got it resolved.
Wait, did they just drop a card and then... They just drop a card from their hand and then show their opponent what the card was to... Oh, I think they knocked a foundation off. That one can be verified usually. Yeah, what happened? Yeah, it does fall out of their hand.
Our second 2-check there, our second 3-check there.
I mean,
I think in our frantic,
they show it to them, and like, I don't know if there's any verification there, but you know, it's pretty clearly the guy picking the card up.
Not to say anybody was, but that's not one of the good.
What they actually show us anyway? It's not like they showed us a fucking another heat wave or a frog lashing.
second 2-check there, our second 3-check there.
Yeah.
I think in our frantic hand shuffling, we chucked one. I think the players got it resolved.
There's also drowning in resentment, so that's like the least. I would pick up a couple here. I would cheating. That's all I know, you know. Not to say anybody was. That's not one of the good. I did the hand shuffle of frigid on. Okay, yeah, pitch 8, another attack. As you were saying, this is that hand was all good.
We were setting up detonation launcher howitzer attacks, like we and then we got breaker 2 blocked, and we were like, well, I don't think we get to do that.
Like, let's fight bad guys. That's my trick.
Or like, not just that, but attacks that Todoroki was never gonna put damage on anyway. Like, not just the ones that were going to be blocked, but also the ones where you want him to commit a foundation on.
That is
Yeah.
See, I believe this breaker's gonna shut down.
Yep, that's definitely the rough one. Like, at first I thought we were racing to...
I think I would have responded.
At first I thought we were racing because we were partial blocking.
Like,
But they're not even... Like, the damage number that you're taking additionally from partialing is only like 2 at most. So it's still not stopping that much damage. It's funny because she's stopping her opponents from making mistakes. Yeah, it's just... It is what it is. People do talk about how Eraserhead's like one of the hardest characters to play. You have to have that deep card pool knowledge. You have to know most of the cards in the card pool, you know, in the format. You gotta know which attacks are the biggest threats. You know, it's not an easy deck to play. If it had a passing the torch symbol, I'd probably be all over it.
Especially with the mediator meaning, you still get to have it. Like, you get go low because you're gonna get the draw.
Yeah, I'm still upset about the no struggling with studies into bad math scoop. Like, I just want to know what happened. You know, I don't think anybody was doing anything on purpose. I think there was just a mistake, and I want to know where it happened, where the mistake came in.
Eventually, Todoroki does get to a point where they just have attacks and just start piling these attacks.
I think it's time to make Nitro Ignition Gran Torino.
Very little investment.
I think it's time.
+7, +8 is very good value.
See latent skill cashing in. Get rid of those 2 foundations.
2 exhausted exclamation symbols, yeah.
I will say the only thing that interests me here is
Oh,
I wonder
man.
if there's ever a point where you are the Shoto and you just don't attack, you just build every card in your hand and you pass it. Until you draw, like, you're like, I have 18 foundations and 6 attacks and they're all broken.
And you're like, these are just the biggest things of all time.
I don't know what I want to make more, actually. I actually want to make Blast Rush Turbo Eraserhead now that we have fast momentum for it. Now that, like, you can I think you can absolutely goose somebody by playing, like, Detonation Launcher low, Cyclone high, they block the Cyclone, you have 1 momentum. You know, Blast Rush Turbo on a 7 for your life total because it's late game. And you just have to erase somewhere in there. Usually you just have to erase somewhere in there. Or you just have to seal something, right, with erase. Probably what you're actually going to do is seal like you're so obvious. Or I guess sealing something with erase doesn't count. I shouldn't say that. You have to actually just respond with erase, which is why it has to be eraserhead. But that counts. A build turn coming in with some classic control Night Watch. Got that sick capabilities and a graceful maneuvers, which is of course the homage card that Jasco printed to my YouTube channel. It's got my name somewhere in there. And it does one of my favorite things, which is reduce speed. So, can we talk about Crone, Frog, and Todoroki for a minute? Am I the only person who hates that? I understand why it's there. I'm starting to think the deck is bigger than I thought originally. I think they're actually just pumping Revels way more than I realized. But damn, do I hate that. Yeah, that kills me. Just the 7-hander who commits foundations to put damage on everything. Needs 1 less progressive. Like, I get it. We saw it in Good Symbol Kirishima even, you know. But it makes my skin crawl. It hurts me. It hurts me to my core. It is sick that, like, they're getting to big stages, right? Like, there's like a good tempo back and forth of like poking and playing, and you know, people aren't afraid of every single thing. Oh, my friend, it's fire, Todoroki. You never had frog lashing. Yeah, no, you're right for the normal builds. And that's why, like, you can't build the other symbols of Todoroki most of the time. Like, the encouragement Todoroki was kind of sick. They did print more Fury range stuff in the new set on fire. So you get, like, some really cool jazz going. Lots of card flow, lots of card draw. But readying 2 of the foundations you were paying for your enhance with, for your pump, that was pretty big. Or just being able to actually string out that many attacks at any turn, big deal. Alright, I want to see like a chain cyclone turn, right? Like, what do you guys want to see from Eraserhead here? Like, what do we want to see Eraserhead pull off? Because we're getting close to deadlock. We're getting close to... Maybe Todoroki's in deadlock. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Yeah, we're in deadlock for Todoroki. So is there like... Where's the sick deadlock threat, right? Like, where's the evil gaze enhance to just target pop one?
Stop checking them. I want to see it. I just like, I love the interaction. It's such a cool interaction.
Alright, checking the 3. Very rough. Not what we want to see. Not what we want to see at all. I want to see a chain cyclone turn. I want to see like cyclone into something, you know.
bid of 7 bids. That is your
We're gonna cash in on learning the standards when we're in a race.
At this point, though, honestly, if Blast Force Turbo gets thrown, it is actually minus 700 speed. That is
I think there's
lineage is a bit.
There's 2 ice glidings in there, and I believe there is also a defrosting. So we have minus 9, 14 speed on board,
Yeah,
right?
yeah. They will, all the moves will certainly be the slowest moves of all time if they were trying to get used to Blast Force.
We just took that 6 in. We checked a 3 on our 6th hit here.
Here's the first impact cyclone, but we checked another 3.
We're gonna be able to draw cards.
It's not looking like the turn at all. It does get 3 speed, and we do get to turn one of our face downs into a brand new card we draw. But
And that's what I was saying. Is we're
What I would do.
Todoroki might just cancel that, right? You just cancel the combo and then we get nothing from this?
At this point, like, you gotta give it a roll, right? You were slowly bleeding out.
Clearly, Todoroki would just cancel this and then we get nothing from this.
I think you just gotta give it a try at some point. You gotta, like, say,
Maybe it's not the one you cancel. Draw 1, not a big deal.
And I also think
But then the second one would be draw 1 too if you cancel the first one.
the stress of the timer does exist. This is
Oh, they already had a momentum.
yeah,
we're not even done with it.
Okay. It makes a little more sense. They're stacking their momentum, which, I mean, if we're being sticklers, you're not supposed to do.
I mean, it's
People always do whack shit with their momentum, though. People are always stacking it, putting it sideways under their character, cascading it like a flower. People are always doing crazy shit with their momentum. You're supposed to put it in a bar in a indistinguishable manner so that there's a clear order from left to right.
We're getting 6 damage.
only getting 6 damage. If they want foundation for 6 damage, I would love that foundation. I'd play 4 of them.
The rules are big sticklers for momentum,
What's also
but none of the players
that
are.
dice is actually on 13. There's only like 20 cards left, and if we've established 25 attack deck, there are 12 attacks to be drawn.
Yeah, there are a lot of orange cards left in our deck.
This is
Because I have not seen
the world's longest impact cyclone.
We have gas. Like we have
The longest lasting explosion into the... Oh, we blocked with a sugar rush. Oh, and we checked a sugar rush. Wow, that's the most valuable... that's the most valuable 6 damage attack I've seen in this match yet.
really love the deck. We just kind of run
Actually cranked.
rough game. We checked 3 early. We got break-
Has anyone played Impact Cyclone Nomu yet?
On a turn there, we presumably only had like 6 attacks.
Like, if he just draws Detonation into Cyclone, that's like 22 damage. No, it's like 20 damage.
Don't want to see these on turn 2.
Because Detonation's 5 low for it? Yeah. It's 20 damage, draw 2. Capabilities Nomu? Someone had to have done that already this set. There's no way Nomu players aren't trying out Impact Cyclone. I should just leave it to them.
Put us back into
I can't even play 6-handers. Imagine me trying to play a 5-hander.
like it's like management.
I'd look like Andrew with 40 fucking cards in my staging area. Like, I would love to kill you, bro, but I'm never hitting you with 1 attack. Attack, build, attack just won't get there, man. I respect you way too much. We're going to be here for 40 minutes. How many cards in your deck say deadlock? That's actually the question I want to ask when I first sit down. I want to ask someone how many cards are in their deck, and how many cards in their deck have deadlock on it.
Yeah, it's
And about half the people will just tell me, and the other half will answer the first question, but not the second.
just has to have a high block for this. We're gonna draw 3 cards though, so that's pretty cool. Like, get the fuel our hand up. I mean, we keep talking.
All right, I'm just gonna zoop, zoop, zoop.
See a 4.
Oh, we're spending it. Is this another turn now?
You know,
Oh no, we forcing surrendered.
And here we
We're preparing for the long haul.
I'm not positive.
Yeah.
Alright, so now here's a big one. One high for 11.
I also am not positive it got calculated. But I think
Hell Flame Javelin block. Okay, Todoroki held the blocks, man.
I guess it is in the range.
He held the +1 high
we got room for
blocks.
these cards. We got 8.
I can dig it.
Here comes Blast Rush Turbo. 5, 7.
All right, do we? I'm assuming we kept that one momentum for Blast Rush, baby. Come on now, come on now, Blast Rush Eraserhead.
This is going to be
Don't let him play with you like that.
a gigantic attack.
Well, we reduced the speed on this one.
We can get it for +4 speed still as well.
Tell me we got another Blast Rush.
Well, that's another ice binding and frosting, so representative
Korean tokens, -2 fighting, -1 frosting, right?
Oh, sure.
So we have Let's Fight Bad Guys to put this back. We have Discard Eraser.
Yeah, we're gonna get our speed back.
This thing is going to be a 4 speed.
So right now it should be.
I believe it's a 5.
It's 5 or 6 by the end of this.
We got 1, 3, and then -3, so it was at 2, and then we just gave it
Gotta
2.
definitely be coming for a whole like.
Now we're giving it another minus.
Is positioning.
Looks like 1, but it should be -2, I believe.
We at least have a half.
Oh, we're just gonna capabilities on this for the speed.
Is
Okay, I can respect that.
We discarded.
You probably don't get too much more damage from the other enhance anyway. Like you'd have to have 6 Fury attacks down there to start plussing off the rate.
You're gonna get your big attack.
And then, oh, we still had another. How much momentum? We had another. Oh, it was 2 momentum from the first Cyclone, and then we got the third. Okay, okay. This turn has been wild. I'm glad we got the. So this is the turn I was looking for, man. We're counting it up.
I got it 13.
That's so big.
Yeah. That's a lot of dice.
Plus-
For,
Oh, they had to switch it to 6s, plus 12, plus 13? Let's go.
This is
So
the coolest card.
that's 28 damage. That's lethal on a
I
partial.
is getting blocked. Yeah, man, is it sick.
yeah, here's the low block.
Oh, man.
And you know what?
I mean, he got self-assured. It was always a full block.
That's crazy.
I think that was the coolest play.
I respect.
I know it didn't work.
I do. Respect.
All right, and I'll do it
That's
again.
our last round, right? We're not
Play one more Blast Rush Turbo
Somehow,
and
the
just
micro
discard a
idea,
momentum.
He has like 3 knockbacks. We're hoping he just has no cards with blocks in it, and that this is somehow magic. But you know what? It was cool either way, and I respected that. That was so sick.
So,
Well,
there's probably a lot of orange cards in there.
yeah, there's probably a lot more.
And I
We
think
are
we're
about on the cycle, though.
Yeah, but I think we're just slamming.
Man, that's rough. I mean, he had a really cool big dunk, but
Give it the
it's a pretty honest turn overall, right?
And if we play another.
But we did put some good stats on stuff, but we could not pressure the board. And Evil Gaze goes a long way there. And Evil Gaze changes some numbers around, I think. But it'd pretty much have to be just on the one at the end. I don't know. Just squeeze in some damage in a weird spot.
A little bit under 4 minutes left in the round, so.
This is the biggest attack.
This is Carlos's last turn.
Wait, his character's sealed.
That was kind of heartbreaking. I'm not gonna lie. I was getting pretty hyped for that, but the whole time in my heart, I knew it was getting blocked. When they didn't scoop to
That makes
the 28 damage, the lethal and the partial, you're just like, oh no. Like they're not scooping to them counting their discard pile after they discard a momentum.
doesn't work. Yeah. I think I will hope we're hoping.
Some nervous habits? Man, that's a tough card to run in Eraserhead, right? He's a little weak to stun overall. I don't think nervous habit fixes much of that. And paying the life seems rough, but just one extra little speed on things. That's not going to be... I don't think it's going to be relevant for too much longer. I think that one extra little speed, I think we're seeing stuff where it's like discarded momentum -4 speed. I think we're going to see stuff that puts speed to 1 coming up, right? Some more net gun surprises type effects. I don't know how often they'll go to 0. I don't think power creeping like reduced to 1 then reduced to 0 is much different or a good idea. I kind of like the idea that it puts it to 1 and then they block with a Faith Shield and they still, you know, might have to tap 1. So I think reduced to 1 is actually really cool. And like the idea of legit, like that there's a legit power creep behind going to 0 is kind of neat. I hope they preserve that. There's a lot of 4s. There's a lot of +3s coming up. Ojiro looks kind of insane for a 6-hander. The new Ojiro giving +3/+3 to something. I think it was Tim Keefe said even if all you're doing is giving +2/+2 to 4 attacks, like over a turn, that's an insane rate. I've been pretty much ignoring this whole turn from the Todoroki. I was waiting until we got to no cards in hand because there's definitely not a ton of speed pump here. So until Eraserhead gets committed, like we were still able to block. Hellflame kind of wild, starting at such a low damage number. I'm waiting to see the Nitro Ignition leave the card pool. You know, Nitro Ignition XR is probably going to stay playable on its symbols just because it leaves to the card pool, so you'll be able to find like a home for it. It's got the 2 best keywords on its symbols, right? Or at least the 2 most supported. Charge might be better on the air symbol, but Fury's definitely the best on death. And Fury's probably the best on fire, and ranged is also really good on fire. If Ricochet charge, man, if that had Fury, we could be in business. If I had to choose between stun 2 and getting momentum off Nitro Ignition, it'd be some cool turns. Your opponent would be like, oh, I need to block this because he might get momentum. But then you play rebound sidekick next turn and it's like, oh no. I want to play rebound sidekick with encouragement, but it's just not happening.
Yeah, that's why that double rebel.
You can't play that card, you silly goose. He just cycled.
Yeah,
Oh no, the pressures are mounting.
I think now with how we played this turn, I think we just have
There might be an air Asui deck. I mean, losing Lashing was massive. Well, Amphibious was massive too to that deck. But she does get to clear rebound sidekick no matter what with the Nitro XR. And your opponents will start to block it to prevent you from getting the momentum anyway. Or maybe not, because it's easy to block. If you throw it as your first attack, 3 mid 4, they don't want to block it, but then you play... I guess you never block it actually, because if you kick it from the card pool to get momentum, you don't get to enhance for +2 or -2 damage ever. And putting 1 in the card pool is just not a good idea early on. That air Asui is probably never going to work. Man, this game... Jose was right. This game is rough. This game is rough. I mean, the Eraserhead had like everything committed out, And the Todoroki still had like nothing relevant on board.
Yeah, Carlos is.
You know, you're just ticking up some damage numbers.
That's a busy ball now.
We had the confident arms crossed.
Oh, we got a cycle? Alright.
We also.
Let's skip through the cycle. We don't have to watch the cycle in full speed, right? Actually, I just realized if we're not...
Yeah.
I don't have the commentary going. We could just...
And we still Achilles up? Oh my god.
There we go.
This is the coolest thing. I have to like this one. I wish I liked it. I think I both feel like one.
Yeah, they're both very low. I also think Carlos is not walking off last conclusion. So
Oh, here we go. We still had impact cyclones after our cycle. Tight, tight. We got some momentum. We got some plus ultra. Is that a plus ultra? What? Hold on now. Long lasting into plus ultra or into cyclone. So it gets to 3 speed. Okay. Yeah, gotta discard the momentum, do everything in order, right? Gotta commit 1, and it's gonna get canceled. So it stays in the card pool, right? Yeah, it stays in the card pool. It did not fail, it just got negated. Yeah, I was like, I had to back up because I was like, Todoroki is ready, right? Maybe that was like the sickest bait, I guess, because you need the card draw and you don't have another attack. I mean, this looks like they don't have another attack. Did I miss the card draw here? Right? They blew that up first. Yeah, okay, they drew a card. Oh, because they had to discard 1. They only got to draw 1. I don't hate it. Like, if it's the bait, right? And you're like, this won't do it if they cancel... If they just cancel the draw anyways, you're just stuck with a useless plus ultra. I don't hate it. Doesn't look good, but I don't hate it. It doesn't look like a good spot to be. Alright, got the Keen coming in. Oh my god. They went to time on that? Was that time in overtime? I guess I gotta bring the commentary.
Yeah, kind of recovery, right? The self
Wow,
recovery.
it didn't matter. But yeah, what a great one.
That was a really fun match between 2 very interesting decks. Well, I'm really glad we were able to get that Shoto deck on
Those
stream.
were
He is
some
now
cool decks.
3-0 moving
The
into
decks were
round
doing
4.
some cool stuff.
Just gotta
That
win
was
3
fun.
more, right?
That was so fun. I loved
Yeah.
watching that. Like, I absolutely loved watching every bit of that. That was a remarkable game where people played some incredible defense, right? We got to see 2 exceptionally well-played defensive games between the 2 players that were on stream.
Huh.
Can't ask for much more.
I was not expecting it to go to time. Like, we were still cruising. That's crazy.
I know that I need to go grab some water.
Man, that really makes me want to play the Death Eraser deck, though. Like, the deck is pretty sick. Where is it? The, like, double howitzer? It's just...
So it is
I'm so used to all the decks I've played refunding my foundations or doing something super gnarly. Like, when I played All Might, I still played Harden Jab and I still played Harden Chop. So, like, I would commit a face down and just replace it, you know?
I also
Like, all the... Like, that's what you want. Obviously, you want your deck to be, like, resource positive, right? You want to only
There's the health
gain.
of Javelin. I guess it is in
But-
our favorite deck.
It just makes it feel like such a crutch if you're trying to play a deck that legitimately
Blast
does
Rush Turbo.
pay its costs. You know, if it actually has to commit things and keep them
I'm so
committed.
excited.
You know, this Todoroki deck
I don't know.
doesn't seem
I
to
don't know
have
if it does
amphibious
too
in
much
it,
damage
and like
and I said for how
I
much
would go
damage
out
it's
of my
doing.
way to include amphibious
This
activators
is going to be
because that's how good that was. That's how prominent, you know, the resource margin is, and I think as attacks get better, you know, like attacks get more like Cannon Blast, that might change. I mean, Cannon Blast has a specific foundation sink into it, right? It has like a specific cost. So it specifically benefits super well from it, but like, you know, more cards like Howitzer, Impact Cyclone, where you'll not need to string so super long, and the ones you commit, you're going for game anyway. It's like helping you progress anyway. So it's pretty interesting. I do hope that the format stays kind of where it is, like on pace, like without the Osui deck. Like you just cut the Osui deck, like the rest of the top cuts seemed alright. Not having to just worry about Froggle action is going to be huge. I think tomorrow I want to see if I can get like a training partner and just like jam some games, like just like build different decks and focus on, you know, like what the new format looks like. I know everyone's got to go back to the drawing board at least a little bit, right? Like there's not too many decks that were in top cuts that didn't get hit at all. Like I guess the Dobby deck, you know, I guess the Earth decks, those are fine. But like the Ochako decks, Ochako's on life support, bro. Like she didn't need amphibious, but it let her do some greasy shit. It let Faith Shield, like when I played amphibious life Ochako in Vegas, I got to do some greasy stuff because the back end defensive side of it was still so good, right? Like being totally tapped out, but 3 of them are amphibious, and you're like, all I gotta do is block with the face shield. Like you're just encouraging, block, tap. You know, it had a lot going for it. So it'll definitely be interesting to see. I think that's what I really want to do tomorrow. As for tonight, that's going to be it for me. Thank you guys for joining me in the chat. Thanks for hanging out. I hope you guys had fun watching some of these old games and checking out the deck list for, I guess, the order garbage I was looking at. It was kind of insane playing Reciprocal Extend and Future Charge together. I don't know how viable it'll ever be into Breaker 2, but it should be fun. Anyways, that's it for me. I'll catch you guys next time. See you on the flip side.